Hello, 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 hello. It is Monday. It is Monday, of course. Another stream. Yes, Friday. I mean, on Thursday, I had to cancel the stream because I couldn't really, unfortunately, find the time because there was something, I guess, unplanned happening. But now we're back. And today, or this week actually, we want to go into a new topic that I think can be quite helpful in the future. Will be quite helpful in the future because it can very much aid us in the creation of some cool projects. What I'm talking about, you can see right here. Environment modeling in Unreal Engine 5. Welcome back, Hustler. Real life first, as always. Yep, we're going to go into Unreal Engine 5 this week. I'm going to go, kind of going into the, I guess, creating the first project. I've looked into it over the weekend, kind of, trying to learn the basics that you need, I guess, or trying to learn the basics. Yeah, basically trying to learn the basic that you need to create anything in Unreal Engine. So today we're going to start the first project, which is creating an environment, modeling an environment in Unreal Engine 5, and of course combining that with Blender. But of course, before we do that, if you only want to see one of these topics, the quick sketch that we're going to do in the beginning, or maybe the community art feedback, or of course the last topic right there, then you can see in the description or also in the in the description or in the timeline, there should be timestamps if you only want to see one of these. So, of course, we're not going to begin with the environment modeling. We're going to begin with the 30-minute quick sketch, and then afterwards we're going to go into the community art feedback. There were some newly submitted pieces. Every time I kind of want to, or every time I see roughly like 3 or 4 pieces being submitted, we're going to make another, I guess, feedback session out of those. So yeah, that's what we're going to do today. And of course, yeah. We're going to begin with the 30-minute quick sketch. Let's go into Blender. There you go. Okay. Is there anything neat? Oh yeah, of course the timer is ready. I also lowered the volume on the music a little bit. I think it was a little bit too loud the last few streams. So I just dialed it back a little bit more. So it's not that overtaking, I guess. I also removed some songs just because I think having songs with, I guess, vocals in them in the background is kind of, I guess, distracting, you could say. So I just decided to remove those. And I think hopefully this is better now. A better listening experience. Okay, let's get into this quick sketch. Of course, today we have a new subject. We're going to go back to human anatomy. And what we're going to do first, or what we're going to do today, is a foot. We did what do we do? Like a I guess male torso or upper body. I think on Thursday or Wednesday. And then on Thursday we did a bicep or like an arm, I guess you could say. And then on today we're gonna create a foot. That's today's I guess you could say reference. Let me actually pull it in here. Now that I posted it in Discord, I kind of compile my references into one so that I can actually pull it up here as well, so you can see it there. Perfect, okay. So now that the reference is ready, I guess the hardest part will be well, not really. I wanted to say the hardest part would be that we can't use symmetry, but I think it should still be pretty simple, because there's nothing really where you could even boost, I guess, the speed using symmetry, so we should be good. Okay, where's my timer? There you go. 30-minute quick sketch. Think everything's ready. Yeah, perfect. I also updated Photoshop, so hopefully all these glitches we had the first time are gone now. We'll see. Okay. I would say we can begin in 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So let's begin, of course, as always, with the most basic shape. Let's see, that's the front, right? Yeah, okay, perfect. We're gonna try to recreate this shape that we can see in the reference, kind of this arch, so that it's not just like a boring good old foot, but it's actually, you know, somewhat of a pose. I think that'll just make it a little bit more interesting. Of course, this week we're gonna mostly focus on the environment, because I don't want to only spend like a day on it, because that, especially when we have like a second topic that we want to cover today, I think it's just a little bit, I don't think it's enough time to really go into it in depth. And I also want to maybe make Unreal Engine like a second big topic that I want to cover throughout, I guess, or on stream, because I think it can really, I guess, help in creating some certain whatever you want to do. I think it's just a helpful tool to have to create different stuff. Okay, so of course we're going to try to first of all get this shape right, trying to do that with the, what is it, snake hook tool first. Okay, looks okay for now. We also want to make this sole a little bit flatter, maybe even pointier in the back. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, let's begin using the Clips Strips brush to kind of detail this shape a little bit more. Right now it looks very weird. Let's go in here and go to this side first, kind of separating this sole a little bit, or the heel rather, from the rest of the foot. There you go. We also have this kind of, I don't even know if that's like muscle or fat or whatever it is, in the front right there, and then on this side as well. There you go. Giving this some more volume over here, trying to not make it too round. Perfect. I'm also going to make this a little bit thinner. It seems like it needs to be a little bit thinner, definitely, especially on the ankle right here. It's way too thick. There you go. Foot can be weird sometimes to sculpt, but I think once you kind of know, it's basically with everything that you sculpt, trying to, I guess, you know, break it down into the most basic possible shapes that you can, and then just trying to bring those in the sculpt. And then once you kind of have the basic, I guess, shape in there, you can focus more on the rest, or more on the, I guess, you know, detailed, or maybe even just second level shapes, you could say. I think also this is too thick, so we're going to pull it higher just slightly. There you go. Okay, we also need probably some more thickness here in the front, because the big toe is of course the one that is furthest in the front, or in this piece at least. I think it can differ. Like sometimes another toe is longer than the big toe most of the time, or at least how I know it. The big toe is I guess the one that is most of the longest. Let's see. Okay, if I remember correctly, the proportions for the foot are like you have, I think, at 3/4 of the foot length begins the small toe, and then the other ones are a little bit further back, if I remember correctly. So we can keep that in mind once we're kind of getting into that. There you go. Okay. Perfect. Smoothing this out. Let's kind of separate the teeth, the toes now, just very, very roughly in the first step, just to kind of put it in here, kind of getting the proportions right, and then afterwards we can kind of look into how to detail them, how to kind of, you know, add some more definition to them. First step is only really to kind of put them in, and then afterwards we can look at their, I guess, look at their look. There you go. Hope the weekend was okay for everyone. Nothing crazy happening. Maybe something crazy good. That would be pretty cool, of course. Nothing crazy happening for me, but at least I got the chance to look into Unreal Engine a little bit more. The good thing is, I think once you kind of know a 3D software, you really have made a big step into, I guess, learning another one. So, you know, you don't really have to learn about, I guess, nodes that much necessarily anymore. You know the concepts already, so what you can then focus on is just seeing how you can use that knowledge in other software. It's not like you have to learn everything from scratch again, or at least not when you go from Blender to Unreal Engine. You can really just see, okay, well, I know what I have to do. How do I do it in Unreal Engine? And then, you know, you just do it. It's not like you have to, you know, okay, well, how do I create textures? Or how do I create materials? It's pretty similar. So that's pretty good. You don't really have to relearn everything. Which can, you know, make the whole process way, way easier. Way, way more smooth. And also just, you know, the new lighting system, Lumen, makes lighting in general way, way easier. You don't have to bake everything. You can really kind of, you know, rely on, well, not really rely, but you can really use Lumen to your advantage. To not really, at least in the beginning, you know, it's just a little bit beginner friendly, more beginner friendly, to let Lumen just do all the lighting. So you can focus on other stuff first, you know, learning the basics of, you know, placing or whatever. And then afterwards you can learn more about the details. So good at Clip Studio Paint. I've seen a speed art of somebody drawing or painting Santa Claus in Microsoft Paint. I think there's also like a, what is it, like a speed art of somebody painting in, what is it, Excel. Absolutely useless. Welcome, Bergevrum. BHRGV HRM. What is it? Sculpting tutorial series. Can you elaborate? Of course. So on we've done like a, I guess, basic, or we've done a in-depth or workflow tutorial on welcome back, T-Apocalypse. Hope you've enjoyed your weekend. We've done a in-depth explanation on my workflow when it comes to character modeling, going over, I guess, you know, modeling like a character. We've modeled Loki, or yeah, tried to model Loki. I don't think we fit the likeness like perfectly, but I think we came pretty close. And I also will upload the first part going over, I guess, everything except detailing the sculpt itself. I'll upload that as a video on YouTube on my videos channel probably on Wednesday. So if you're interested in that, you can look at that. Or if you have any other topics that you want to, know more about, you can always, I guess, either comment on YouTube, or you can also put, join the Discord and then just post there if you have any suggestions for topics. I'm always open. And if there are any new, if there are any new topics that you want to, or, if there are any, I guess, what do you call it? Like a wish topics. That sounds weird, but any suggestions, I'll give those more priority. Okay. I haven't really looked into foot anatomy too much, so I don't really know where the different, I guess you could say, fat pads or muscles or whatever are. So I'm kind of going just from visual, what I can see. Let's see, we can probably make this smoother. There you go. They couldn't draw at all, so you started drawing in Microsoft Excel. I mean, if you take what you get, As long as you can do whatever you want to do, then, doesn't really matter what you do, what you use. The tool doesn't really matter, necessarily. It's just an accelerant for your skill. Yeah, Jim, welcome. We're gonna do the environment modeling. That's gonna be the third topic today. We have 3 topics. We have, of course, the 30-minute quick sketch in the beginning. Afterwards, we're gonna give some feedback on submitted pieces in the Discord, constructive feedback. And then afterwards, we're gonna go into environment modeling. I guess, after finishing this, I would guess maybe like, probably like, maybe maximum of an hour for feedback, and then afterwards we're going to go into environment modeling, so that we can maybe like work 2 hours or so on that, and then tomorrow we'll probably have some more time to work on it. So tomorrow there will be a bigger focus on that. Okay. So let's see if we can kind of give this foot some toenails here. This looks too round for me. There you go, just very, very roughly kind of putting in the shape. There you go. Really, really rough. I love the Loki sculpt. I'm just thinking about some more content because I'm learning sculpting right now, and I found your tutorials useful. Yeah, so I think what I realized is that, welcome back, Gohar. Hope you had a great time. Or a great time. A great, I guess, weekend, I could say. Yeah, today we're going to go into creating an environment. So kind of, I learned sort of like the basics over the weekend. So today we're going to put that into action and actually create something. I actually don't want to... Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's what we're going to do today, and probably throughout the week. Probably all the way to Wednesday, and then on Thursday we're going to do something else. Just because, I want to make this a bigger, I guess, like the second big topic next to Blender probably for the channel. Just because I think these two work quite well together, and I always wanted to go, look more into, I guess, in that direction when it comes to game creation or whatever. So I think that's a good mix. Oh yeah, BHR, I'll call you that if that's okay. I kind of realized that it's sometimes hard for me to really gauge what is useful for somebody, for example, just starting off, because I can kind of think back to when I started, but I can't really think back like all the way to the beginning. So it's sometimes hard for me to really, I guess, see what could be useful necessarily. So I've uploaded, of course, a video where we talked about my brush settings and I guess, yeah, my brush settings and kind of how I use them. And then of course the sculpting, you know, character sculpting, for example, the in-depth tutorial and all the other characters that we created. But overall, sometimes it's kind of hard for me to really kind of see whether or not the ideas that I have are useful for somebody especially new. I had one idea, maybe like I guess like how you can start your I guess sculpting journey, what you can try. Or what I like to say always is when somebody's asked like, oh well, how do you start using Blender? I like to say like, okay, well, learn the basics and then do some projects to learn or to practice the basics. And once you know the basics, you can kind of go into a more specialized field in which you can then, you know, practice in and learn more about. And I think what I would like to do, maybe like a short video, maybe at least, sort of about like a small beginner course going over different things you could sculpt to learn, I guess, you know, how to sculpt, kind of learning maybe about what is it, analyzing a shape and kind of seeing what, or kind of trying to learning how to split or minimize an object into its most simple forms, most simple shapes, kind of, I guess, you know, talking about how to do that, how, you know, what to think about, or, you know, practicing it in that video. I think that could be quite helpful, kind of like a beginner course. I'm always, you know, that's always something I think about, and it's probably not true because I asked about it on Discord, but I kind of I can always hold myself back and just creating projects, because to me it always seems like, okay, well, another project, isn't that getting kind of boring at some point? But I think it can still be quite useful for somebody, even if it's just like another project, you know, that we do, even if it's, you know, the same workflow. I think there's still, you know, even just doing it can be helpful for somebody. So I definitely have one more project right now that I have planned that I want to do. Just kind of, you know, creating a character, maybe even with clothing to this time, maybe going into even more depth than what we've done for the, the orc character, going into retopology, maybe even texturing. I think that could be quite cool. And then, yeah, not only including likeness sculpting, but also, you know, general character sculpting, texturing, maybe even, you know, yeah, texturing, whatnot, what else? Yeah, I guess the basics of creating a full character. Animating, probably not, because that's that takes too long. That's too much time. I don't want to spend like I don't know, like a month or so on a character. Okay, so let's put in the ankles. I think also the foot is too big, so we're gonna make them a little bit thinner here. There you go. There you go. Okay. Smoothing everything. Still looks kind of scuffed, so let me see if I can fix this somehow. Probably this can be a little bit more flat. This needs to be smoothed out some more. There you go. Okay. Okay, so we definitely need the ankles, otherwise it just looks weird. So let's put in those next. So what I've kind of have seen so far, or observed so far, is that the ankle on this side, on the outer side, is lower than the one on the inside. So you kind of have to place the one here a little bit lower than on the other side. Of course, you can also see that in the reference, but yeah, putting that into practice or putting that in the scope is something else. A beginner that wants to scope may get frustrated with just getting the shape right. I get frustrated a lot when I can't even mold the head jaw from the basic sphere. Yeah. Of course, there's always, you know, some things are just practice, some things are theory. But, you know, I've talked about how to scope the, the skull in depth in the Loki sculpting tutorial. But I think, you know, I guess the more you do it, the more you kind of get better at explaining it, and also just kind of, you know, the more examples you have for somebody to look at, I think that's also better. So maybe sometimes they don't really get why you do this and that, but then if you do it again for another character, maybe then they understand why. So hold on, I think this needs to be way thinner. The problem is we don't really have a good side view from the other side, so this side is kind of like a just nothing that we just have to kind of interpret out of nothing. Welcome back. Hope you had a great weekend. There you go. So the plan for the environment modeling, or the environment, is that we're going to work on it, you know, probably for the next 3 days. We're going to create modular, or we're going to do it in like modules, like modular modeling, you could say. Okay, I'll see you. Which means we're going to create small modules that we can then combine and mix and match however we want to create a bigger environment. So like, you know, like an archway would be like one pillar module and then one like arch module. This way we can mix and match however we want. We don't have to make the pieces super specific. It's more about, you know, learning the basics of the software, and also wait, why can't I sculpt? I hate when that happens. Why do you do this to me? Oh no. Oh, I know why. There you go. It's not necessarily for a video game. This one's more for a for practice. The big plan would be at some point to create a game. I have one in mind, but of course, first I need to learn the basics. So the first project that we're going to create in Unreal Engine 5 will be an environment. You know, not only to learn, to practice, but also, you know, to get better at using the tools and whatnot. Okay, this looks too high. I'm gonna pull it lower just slightly. Maybe this is even too far out. Maybe pull it over here. We can probably also pull it more to this side. There you go. So, yeah, as I said before, materials in Blender, in Blender compared to Unreal Engine are very similar. The only real difference is that I guess you could compare them in a way where Blender is more like Blender is like this. Do you know this? What is the software called? The programming software for kids, where they can learn programming by using these blocks of code that you can then combine, and they have like certain ways how they work together, so that you can, you know, program your own, I guess, game very easily. Scratch or whatever it's called. And then Unreal Engine is more like a, I guess, normal programming when it comes to nodes. So, you know, when you would have like a value node in Blender, that would be a constant node in Unreal Engine. Exactly, Scratch. I've used that. We actually had like a course on that in school. It was pretty cool. We created like a small racing game. And then I had like a summer camp where I used that as well. Yeah, Scratch is a lot of fun, especially because it's so simple to just, you know, create small little games or whatever. Okay, let me save that real quick. I don't want to lose all my progress. Happened twice now, so I don't want it to happen again. Quick sketch day, what is it? 176. Okay. Okay, so we have the toe right here. There you go. I don't want to go into too much more detail. I just want to kind of work with what I have here. I think that's easier for these quick sketches without having to go into more resolution. I think working with just what you have makes it easier to focus on what is really important. That's why I kind of decided to stick with what I have here. Exactly. This time you gave me enough time to realize it. Okay. So the good thing is we don't really, I've done, the quick sketches actually helped me in this, in today's topic, this week's topic, let's say. Because we've actually looked into environment modeling and how to kind of like the basics in the quick sketches before we did sculpting. So at least I know the kind of like the basics of environment modeling. Of course, I don't really know the ins and out, but still, I know the basics. And then of course, it only comes down to, I guess, putting or creating what I have in mind. Okay, let's see. There you go. Putting this fold right there, kind of defining this some more. There you go. We also have some more here, which we don't really want to care about too much. Oh, there's also another, I guess, idea that I had, which was trying to recreate an environment, like a video game environment, for example, in Unreal Engine 5. There aren't really that many, I don't think there are any games, or I don't think there will be for quite a while, big games being released for Unreal Engine 5. So kind of, I think that's a cool project, kind of side, or, like a project one could do. Just kind of trying to recreate like an environment in Unreal Engine. I think that could be pretty cool, just because that does not only entail, getting better at using it, getting better at creating the environment, or, environment modeling, but also just in general, you don't really have to think about how to model or how the environment looks anymore, because you just, I guess, try to recreate it. You already have the base, so it's a little bit easier to do that. Okay, this looks kind of weird. This looks just too big, so we need to pull this a little bit forward. I think the foot is also too long, so let's pull it back a little bit. I think the toes also look more like claws, so let's kind of fix those real quick. There you go. I think what's also important here are these knuckles on the foot, or on the toes, or yeah. I think the only one you can really see is the one for the big toe. So let's put that in just a second. Hold on. There you go. Let's see. First of all, I think I want to pull those a little bit more to this side. There you go. And then let's put in the, let's see, kind of fix the shape here. There you go. And then, perfect. Okay, let's put in the knuckle right here. Is that even a knuckle? I don't even know what you would call that for the foot. For the toe, I guess you could say knuckle. Kind of hard to see, really. We only really have like one reference, this one right there, to really see what it looks like. But I think that's okay. Kind of make these a little bit more toe-like by just rounding them off a little bit more. Also giving them maybe like an individual, kind of separating them from each other. I think that can help as well. There you go. We have 1 minute left. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see. So this probably can be a little bit further down. This can probably be pulled higher slightly. Probably this can probably be smoothed some more. Then kind of giving these lines in here. Not really caring about the perfect, trying to trace them. Should we add object files for feedback to make it easier for you? That's definitely better for feedback, especially for, talking about how you can change the model. I think that makes it way easier for me to kind of give you feedback. Otherwise, I would, have to use probably like the Photoshop tools. I guess I would probably have to use those. So yeah, I think you've submitted an OBJ before you deleted your first submission. So, if you have one, then of course you can upload it. That would be very, very helpful. There you go. Okay, it's over. It's over. Okay, let's round these off here. Perfect. Okay, that's a foot. Let's save that, and then let's create the final render. It's a little bit rough. We probably need to do some more foot anatomy studying in the future, but that should be good for now. There you go. Let's kind of maybe even pull this further forward. There you go. If there are any name suggestions for this quick sketch, put them in the chat. Wait, what did I do? I parented it. That's not what I wanted. There you go. Okay. Where's my camera? There you go. Let's do this side. I think that this side's better. After doing the other side all the time, it's time for this side to shine. Well, that rhymed. Okay. Oh yeah, that could be something. I was thinking about something like alluding to that it's looks kind of bad. But what was it? Testing the water could always... Yeah, I mean, that could actually fit quite well. How's they're always coming with these perfectly fitting names. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Bad Clux, welcome. I've been using Anatomy, a complete guide for artists by Jovis to study anatomy. It's a very useful book. Yeah. So as far as anatomy comes, I have first of all my good old dude here, this guy, and his feet that I was looking at. But if I want to go into more detail, usually what I do is I would, just Google, I guess, foot anatomy, nose anatomy, or whatever I'm looking at. And then, yeah, I would basically do that. But of course, if you want to have a more, I guess, dense encyclopedia where you can just look through without having to, I guess, search for good reference, you could get a book as well. I haven't really looked into books, like which books are good when it comes to anatomy. But is it that one? Maybe. I think that's the one that I heard before. That should be that's pretty good. The one that you're referring to. Okay, let's get this done here. Oh, we need some lighting. There you go. We need... Wait, what did I do? Oh, a band. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Back face culling. Okay. So this foot is way too bright. First of all, of course, because this light is on this side. The bright light is on this side. Placing it on the other side should kind of alleviate that. That's probably a pretty good placement. Let's place this light somewhere else as well. Maybe over here, highlighting the toes a little bit more. Yeah, like that. I think that's pretty good. And then this one we don't really need, because this light was only really needed when we create, you know, characters with eyes. And then we can put a small reflection in the eye. We don't really have that here, so we don't need it. There you go. And then we need the good old material. There you go. Where's my... There it is. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Just kind of detailing this some more. Maybe adding some more strength. You can see how it kind of separates the toes a little bit more. That can really help a lot when you create these sculpts. Because usually, you know, if you're just working with the first level, especially the first resolution level, it can be quite hard to really create deep creases. Hold on. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoyed the stream so far. Let me see what your name is. I can't really read it from... There you go. Anxious James the Lurker. Oh, I think I know who that is. Maybe not, but maybe. I think I do. Okay. Save that. There you go. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's create a quick render, and then we can go into the next topic. Create a quick, I guess, quick render. What is that emote? I wonder why a few people followed not only one on I guess, what do you call it? On multiple platforms, you know, on Twitch and on YouTube. You know, you don't really get anything new out of it. Except maybe for like a new, I guess, chat experience. Hold on. Oh, there you go. I just wanted to thank you for making the videos you do and your intention to foster your community to help people improve. So yeah, that's kind of what I guess the big idea that I have. So the overarching idea for what I do, you could probably not only, I guess, summarize with the 3 words that I have in my banner, not only on Twitch, basically everywhere. On YouTube, I think, what was it? Like no, I can't really, hold on. Let me actually look it up. I kind of I'm curious. I already forgot. There you go. Learning, inspiring, creating, and then live. So, you know, that's kind of how you can summarize what I want to do. But also probably the overarching idea that I have in mind, that is the maximum outcome for my plan, you could say. Nothing really I try to achieve in the short term or whatever, but the dream out in the distance would be a combination of Skillshare and added to that I guess social Skillshare, let's say, where not only I can help people, I guess, improve in not only modeling, sculpting, Blender, or whatever, but also others that are competent, and then help others that try to learn, or maybe even just inspire, work together, or learn together, inspire each other, and all that stuff. That's the dream. And you know, you can only do so many steps a day to get there, but of course every step is a step more. So let's see. Resolution 100%, render times 8. There you go. Okay. What do I need? Nothing. Do I? Nope. Okay. Perfect. Oh, hold on. My chair is wrong. Hold on, how do I change it? I can't. I'm stuck. Nope, that's the wrong one. Why are there so many buttons on my armrest? There are 2, but they don't work. I don't get it. There has to be a 3rd one somewhere. One small step for man, one giant leap for CGI. Oh, that's it. Hold on. Nope, doesn't work. Okay, well. Okay. I think I changed my armrest today, so it's just a little bit further back than I usually have it, which blocks my usual movement. And of course, while this is rendering, quick hydration break. My bottle is almost empty. Hope you didn't hear that too loud. Yeah, that's not really the chair that I have, but at least, you know, that chair just works, you could say. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. It's not stuck. Oh, okay, oh, there it is. It's in the front. Ah, I get it. Easy. Some ASMR, some water drinking ASMR. Heard that's the new trend now. There you go. Okay. Let's save this abomination of a foot and finish the quick sketch. Then let's get into the first topic. Giving feedback to the newly submitted pieces. James was so... hold on. There you go. James had the audacity to submit 2 pieces. Unbelievable. But of course, if you want to do that, I don't, you know, it's not that I don't allow it. So don't feel discouraged to do it. Of course, you shouldn't, you know, create like 3 pieces a day and then submit all of them. But, you know, if that's the case, if it's too much, then I'm gonna give you feedback on the submission or on the submission volume. There you go. 176. Okay. Yep, let's go to Photoshop. We're ready. Wait, that's the wrong folder. Is it? Nope, it's not. There you go. Okay. Where am I? I'm in the wrong. Wait, Photoshop is too. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. I need to fix something real quick. Can you actually see Photoshop now? Hold on. Okay, you can at least see it. Okay, so I updated Photoshop so that hopefully maybe I can fix my problems that I had before. But now I need to create a new layout. Hold on. So what do I need? I need my... What did I use? Which object did I use? I guess I could just pull this out. No, that doesn't really... Wait. There you go. That could work. I don't know how far it goes though. I think it goes all the way up. So that's not really how that... Wait. What did I use? I can't remember which window I used. You know, of course, trying to stall as much as possible. Hold on. I mean, it works like that as well. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. Okay. Being a strong finisher is a weak point. You really seem... I think I know why you switched to Twitch. You really seem to like the emotes. Yeah, so what I want to do when there's feedback from others, I will probably, you know, of course, this is if it's covered entirely, I will still read it, read the comments on stream just to kind of capture it, I guess. So if somebody, I don't know, want to revisit it and maybe doesn't want to go through the Discord, they can still find it on YouTube. So yeah, I'm still gonna cover them on stream. Okay, gray, there you go. Probably darker, just a little bit. There you go. We also need the texture. Let's put that in now. Resources. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Textures. There you go. I also like, so I knew it before, but I never really thought about it too much. I always wanted to try it, but the concept of basically combining multiple gradient textures into one by separating them into the 3 channels RGB. This way you get some sort of cyan or whatever colored, cyan, purple, or what's the other one? Green, I think. Green map. But then you can separate the 3 channels so that we can, you basically have, you could put your bump map, your specularity map and your roughness map into one image, and then you can extract the 3 channels to only use one map for 3 channel or for 3 settings in one, which is pretty common in Unreal Engine, but it's not really used that much in Blender, which kind of surprises me, because then, you know, you would just have to, I guess, I don't know if you can really separate in Blender that easily, but I think you can. So then, of course, if you just, you know, separate them, it's you only have to use one image or texture rather than 3, which I think is easier. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's save that. There you go. I'll try to speak more human. There you go. Where are we? We are in Blender. There you go. Okay. You know, I always say I try to be pretty quick with these, but then I fail miserably at that. So let's just accept that I'm just slow. I usually stay below an hour, so let's see how long are we? How long do we go so far? 52 minutes, easy. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Okay, so I guess the name will be, what is it? Dipping toe in water, that's quite long. Hold on, testing the water, there you go. Yeah. That's gonna be the name. Except if there's somebody that suggests something better. There's still the chance. The upload is not done yet. Let's go back to Blender. There you go. What do we need? What do we need? We need this, not anymore. There you go. Okay. So. Okay, I think we're ready. All I need now is my image. There you go. Okay, perfect. So everything's ready. You're gonna see the good old compilation. I haven't done a new one just yet. I probably, yeah, so what I've done for the other 2 was when I had, I guess when I was taking time off from work for like a week, I had time to work on that. So maybe somewhere in the future I'm gonna do that. Maybe even in the next 2 weeks. Then I should have some more time to do some, you could say, creative stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna upload the quick sketch, then we're gonna go into personal feedback for submitted art pieces in the Discord. If you wanna, you know, submit your own, feel free to join. And then yeah, we're gonna go into that in just 3 minutes. Until then, you're gonna see a quick compilation of the project that we've done in March and February, which has been a while, but you know, that's just how it is sometimes. Yeah, I'm going to see you then. Hope you enjoy the quick compilation. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Easy peasy. Hold on. Oh. There you go. Okay. Let's go into the next topic. I just got my first notification on Facebook. I don't know what it is. But that's the first time that I saw this flag with the red red marker on it. It seems like my phone can't really open it. So apparently that's something. Okay. I don't know what it is that is happening. Wait. Oh. Wait, what? Okay. Some sort of request from Facebook. Okay. Let's begin with the next topic, which would be personal feedback. Hold on. Yeah. I think we can start in Photoshop actually. Let's go there. Wait, that's the... Oh no, okay, perfect. So let's go into my folder and then we can begin. There you go. Let me actually download all the new stuff that you've uploaded, Hustler. As you said. Hold on. Personal feedback. There it is. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yes, I am sure I want to trust this person. Ready when you are. There you go. Okay, perfect. Easy. Yeah, that'll help a lot. Perfect. Yeah, I don't really use Facebook for my personal, personally. I just have like a personal account with the most bare bones settings just so I can, I guess, post on my channel account. I think everything else here. Yeah, I think so. Okay, perfect. Let's begin with the next one. The next topic. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted. Okay, let's begin. Let's begin with the second iteration of You could say community art feedback, personal community art feedback. We have four submissions. Two from, hold on, almost had a sneeze. We have four. Two from James, and then one from Hustler, and then one from, who was the last one? Fratel. Yep, if that's how you're supposed to spell it. Okay, so let's begin with the first one that got submitted, which is the Chameleon from James. Let me open that up real quick. There it is. Okay, so we're gonna talk about, I guess, I don't think you really focused on the render in this one. I think this one we can focus on sculpt. We could talk about it if you want to, but I don't think that was supposed to be the focus for this piece. Let me actually pull up a reference from the chameleon that we had for this quick sketch. We've sculpted a chameleon for one of the quick sketches, so let me pull that up real quick. I just have to find it. Nope, that's an elephant. That's a dude. Where was the chameleon? Hold on. Nope. Okay, well, it's kind of... Oh, there it is. Wait, we don't even have references. Okay. Well, let me just quickly pull one up from... Let me grab one from the internet. The internet's chameleon. There you go. This one's pretty good. Yeah, that's not perfect. Wait, that's too small. There you go. Okay, well, you're trying to... Okay. I guess we could just do this. Easy. Okay. Oh, you own a chameleon? Chameleons are one of my favorite animals. I don't know why, but they're just cool. Did you see the one where he kind of documented how you become friends with a chameleon? Oh, okay. 30 eggs. That's pretty crazy. So you have two, or how did you... Or did they just... No, that doesn't really work, right? They can't just lay eggs without being fertile or being in whatever. Dude, there you go. Let me put it into the proper quick sketch so we don't have to sort it out later. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're finally ready. So how are those fertile eggs, or are they just, I guess, eggs? It's how, like, do they lay eggs similar to how chickens do it, or is it more like, do they have to have a purpose for it for them, or like, do they only do it when they're, I don't know what you call that, when they're fertile? I think that's that's how you say what you call that. Okay, there you go. Now we have a comparison. Let's compare the two so we can see what you can improve for the next time. Of course, we don't really have a different perspective, not only for this one, but also not for this one, but I think that's okay. I think we can still give some feedback on it. Of course, you could have a different reference for yours. You maybe could have a, I've seen one that doesn't really have like this sort of, I guess, chin down here, this neck piece. Some don't have that, some have this more. I think also some don't really have this head piece, this horn. Some have it. Yours has it. So yeah, let's look into this. Yeah, exactly. They need a male. So you grabbed a male. Hold on, this song is horrible. There you go. So you did you want them to did you want it to get fertilized? Maybe you get some trying to breed them, or was it just, I guess, I don't know, accident? Okay, let's begin. Of course, you could argue about the shape, or I guess the character in itself, kind of like the look. But I think you could have different reference, so I can't really tell you, well, you did, I don't know, your eyes are too low or whatever, your eyes are, I don't know, too far forward. It's hard to really, I guess, recommend something in that regard, just because I don't really know what reference you had. Maybe you had like a, they're different looking children, chameleon. So you could have like one that looks like this, that has like this round snout. But if we're gonna go with this one, maybe I think that's pretty good. You had a buddy who owns mail, and then you plan to, okay, I get it. Okay, let's begin with let's see. So I think one thing that is pretty, I guess, important, or let's look at this first. Let's see what separates these two. I think the most important one is the mouth right now. You can see the mouth is, first of all, or let's go to the tip of the mouth, or the snout, you could say, the front of the head. You can see that the mouth, the tip, is too flat, I would say. What you could do is you can kind of make it, kind of pinch it more together. You can see it right here, how you have kind of like, for the reference, you have sort of these lines here going to the front like this, and then they go out like this. There you go. Then they also go down. For yours, it's more, I think, as far as I can see it, it's more like this. There you go. And then you have like the same down here. So I think what you could do is you could kind of, just kind of bring it closer to the middle like this, kind of pinch it more together to bring these lines closer together. Also, I think what you could do is you could sort of, you could bring some more depth into the image. What I mean by that is, for example, for the ears, you can see the ears aren't really part of the head. The ears are more inside of the head. The head itself, which is like a skull, I guess you could say, and then inside are the ears. They're not really one part. They're just connected with some sort of tendons. So what you could do is you could add some more depth to the sculpt itself. For example, by just creating a deeper crease in here to really signal, or to really show that the eye isn't really part of the surface. You can see that basically the eye doesn't really go deeper than the skin that is surrounding it. If you compare it to this one, you can see how deep it is. It basically, if you look at it from this side, this is the eye and that's the surface. What basically happens is you have the skin that kind of goes like this. So you have a very, very deep crease that kind of holds the eye in place. For yours, it's more, it immediately broke again. I don't know why that happens. And I can't really fix it either. Maybe let's just make a new one. Yeah. So what you basically have here is you have, for yours, you have the surface on both sides, and then the eye is basically just part of the surface. So one thing you could do is just, crease in here. Let's go into Blender so I can show you how I would do it. I tried using the mask to inset tool. Hold on, let me go into Blender. There you go. Okay, let's go into how you can easily create deep creases using these sculpting tools. We're gonna begin with this, of course. We need dynamic topology. Let's set it to detail size 20. Let me just quickly detail fill this so this is a little bit smoother. It's not really that much smoother. Wait, there you go. Okay. So if you want to create deep creases, let's actually sculpt the chameleon eye. So what I would do is I would begin, so you have two ways how you could do it. You could either begin by basically by first removing and then adding back. So by going in here and basically increasing the strength of the crease brush a lot. I use the crease brush for this because the crease brush has a very, very strong, I guess it subtracts a lot when you increase the strength. Comparing that, let's compare the clay strips brush full strength to the crease brush. You can see how deep this is. And then comparing that to the crease brush at full strength. Oh, hold on. There, it doesn't really seem like it's that much, but I think it's just easier to use the crease brush to really dig in here. You can see how fast it goes. See, and we're already that deep. If we do the same with the clay strips brush, you know, I go more and more and more and more and more, and it takes so long to just go deeper. And that is why this crease brush is so effective to create these big holes or just dig into the mesh. So what you can do now is you can go in here and use the crease brush to not only, you know, the first, I guess, technique how you can create these eyes is you first create the hole for the eye, like this. Similar to how we do it for the skull for characters. You know, make it round. And then you basically just bring back the eye. This way you immediately have this natural, you know, this natural crease. You don't need to begin that deep. You can also just kind of smooth it all the way to the, you know, that you're closer to the surface. And then you begin right here. And this way we have a natural, very, very deep crease. Maybe even a little bit more here. There you go. There you go. And then you have this immediate deep crease that separates the eye from its surrounding surface. But the problem with this is if you then smooth it, you can see the crease gets less and less and less and less and less. You could mitigate that by using the higher resolutions and just kind of giving this area more resolution, which then kind of prevents the smoothing from, you know, kind of removing all the deep parts here, all the creases that we've created, which is probably true for both techniques. But yeah, you can just mitigate it by just, I guess, applying more resolution to your sculpt. So what I mean is if you create a crease, for example, we have two creases right here, but then we go into resolution 50, we basically add more geometry to one of these. This one here, for example. We can see if we smooth it, that this one is way smoother than the other one, which means if we now go and smooth these, let's actually use the smooth tool so we can apply the same amount of smooth pressure to everything. Set it to smooth, there you go. And then if we apply this, maybe set it to 10 as well, you can see how differently it gets smooth. See how the left one gets smoothed way more. It's already gone, the other one is still there. So the more resolution you have for your sculpt, the more you keep the structure intact. That's why when you have these deep creases, what you can do, you can see, let's create the same sort of piece again, but now with the new technique that I wanted to show you as well. You basically just sculpt the eye. Hold on, let's go back to 20. You basically just sculpt the eye like this. You know, you create the eye. There are multiple ways how you can do that. You could also use a mask if you wanted to, but you can just sculpt it like this, you know. And then you can use the crease tool to just kind of dig in here, create a beginner crease, you know, pretty deep. Of course, it's pretty rough. So what you could do is you can go into more resolution and only add more resolution to this piece right here, to this crease. This way, now if we smooth this, let's see what it looks like. So we see this one has more resolution, this one doesn't. See how this one stays way more, sticks way more to its original shape. This one is already gone almost, like there. The other one is still kind of visible, but of course the more you do it, the more you lose. But it stays there for quite a while, so it's kind of easier to just kind of smooth here and kind of refine the shape. So those would be two techniques that you could use to create the eye, either just digging in then bringing back out, or yeah, beginning by adding and then creating the crease around it. Okay, let's get back to Photoshop. Can I now use you again? Nope, I can't. Well, let's open up the image again. It's not like hold on, there you go. Okay, completely broke, I guess. You know what? Nope, maybe not. Ah, there you go. Okay, so that's one, how you can create more depth for your, sculpt, not only for the eye, but basically for everything. Just trying to, yeah, trying to use not only, of course, 20 resolution, maybe a little bit more, maybe 50, to add some structure on the sculpt, so that you make some more, you can refine the general, I guess, shapes. For example, the nose. Let's actually look at the reference again. I actually, of course, deleted it, or I had to reopen it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. There it is. Okay. Looking at the reference, you can, for example, see how much structure there is for the kind of the shield, whatever you want to call it, like the horn at the top. You can see you already implemented, or you already brought in. Yeah, I thought about that. If it's gonna happen again, I'm gonna do that using Blender. Kind of, you can also just add some more structure to your sculpts by using the clay strips brush. That's why I love the clay strips brush so much. For example, for the eyebrow, you can see his, or the real, I guess, the eyebrow right here, whatever you want to call it, like this ridge. You can see how small the detail is, how small the scales are. You can very easily kind of emulate that by using the clay strips brush. So for example, if you go in here and you use the clay strips brush, you can see what kind of characteristic it has. Let's go to 50. I think 50 is easier to see then. You can see the results a little bit better. So if I now use the clay strips brush and just kind of, do this, you can see it just adds more and more and more. But if I do it, like kind of going in this direction, in this zigzag format, you can see how it adds the structure. You can see these small ridges, and this is very, very useful when you just try to add a little bit more detail to your sculpts without having to really go in with the crease brush. Of course, what you could do is you could, use this like this. There you go. Now we have some, I guess, rough edges. And then you can use the crease brush again to just kind of refine those, maybe even pull them out, push and pull, to just, kind of give them some more depth. One thing that is very important when you use the crease brush to really create depth for your characters is to not only push, creating the crease, but then to even enhance the depth, also pulling out. Of course, it depends on the sculpt that you do. Sometimes, of course, you have this smooth surface and then it just goes deep into the surface. But sometimes, of course, if it's especially organic, you can really create some very, very strong depth by, for example, using the crease brush, the clay strip brush first, then using the crease brush not only to subtract, but also to add, to really see how deep it goes now. Compare that to doing this, and then only using the crease brush. See how much it changed by just kind of not only using the crease brush in this, like this, but also, the clay strip brush, but also using the crease brush to not only subtract, but also add as well. Okay. So I think in general, I think the shape you hit quite well. I think one thing you could do, of course, would be to kind of push the nose, let's call it the nose, closer together so that the front isn't as flat. If you look at like reptilians, I think their mouth is more like this rather than this. As far in as far as I know, they're more like this rather than this. They're more, I guess, they have a tip, like a thin thin nose, whatever, rather than this flat piece in the front. So if you want to fix this, what you could do, and also one more thing, I think, when it comes to likeness. You can not only, of course, sculpt likeness for humans. You can also do that for characters or for animals. One important thing to get likeness right is proportions. Exactly, they're pointy boys. They proportions when it comes to nose length, where the eyes are, how long the forehead is, how wide the eyes are apart, how wide the nose is. the mouth and all that stuff. When you get the proportions right, usually you can already see the anatomy. You don't really need any detail to see it. I mean, the anatomy, the likeness. And what I think kind of, I guess, separates this or this one from this is especially the mouth. You can see how close the mouth is to the eye. Also, the eye is a little bit further forward. And of course, you can see how this geese doesn't really have this sort of outwards curve. It kind of has this straight, and then it kind of gets into the small curve kind of surrounding the eye. So if you wanted to fix this, what we could do, let me actually go into display capture so you can see what I do. It doesn't really get captured in window view, window capture. So if I wanted to fix this, of course I don't have the 3D model, but let's go in here and use the liquify tool. Okay, so one way how we could, I guess, fix this is, hold on, make it a little bit bigger, come on, there you go, would be, for example, to pull the mouth a little bit higher. Of course, it gets kind of thinner the more you push it up, but of course that's just how it is. We could also probably make the brush bigger so that it's not getting squished too much. There you go. Well, that doesn't really happen. Work. Hold on. Okay, let's just make it very, very scuffed. There you go. Pull it higher, first of all. Like this. Trying my best here, okay? But then also kind of pushing the nose a little bit more together. And then also creating this straight line here. Like this. See how with these small changes, it immediately looks, in my opinion, more like the reference. See how just by changing these doing these small changes, you can see how it really immediately transforms. You can, of course, you know, let's apply this. You can actually make this maybe sharper as well. There you go. Okay. There you go. Where's my reference? There you go. Of course, we don't really have a good reference now because I applied, or I hold on. There you go. Oh no. That was supposed to, that was an insult, I saw it. There you go. See how it changed? Just making this point here, and then also kind of changing the proportions. You can see it's a little bit closer now to the reference. What you can do then, of course, is maybe using a crease brush to just kind of, is it this one? Wait, oh, whoop, oh, there you go. Yep. What you could do is you could go in here and kind of darken this. Oh, hold on. Darken this some more to kind of create some more depth, especially around the eye. This could really enhance the look and just kind of, you know, give it some more depth. There you go. See how it changed the look, just very, very slightly, but it's still noticeable. And also, you know, just making this, bring the nose closer together, and overall just adjusting the proportions a little bit can bring you closer to the the reference, at least the one that we're looking at here. We don't really have, I don't really think that you need to focus on the texture, the scales, especially when you create quick sketches, for example. These scales don't really do anything for your character, except when you make it, when you want to make them really realistic. Otherwise, even if you remove these scales, you can still see what it's supposed to be. So one good example how we can show that is by just going in here, using a blur filter. There you go. Wait, where's the character? Oh, you can see it, right? Yeah. If I increase the radius maybe to 5, see, you can't really see the scales anymore, but you can still see that it's a chameleon. Increasing it even more, well, now it gets kind of hard. Now that's way too much. But even here we can see that it's a chameleon, but we only see color. We don't really see any scales. So the scales are only really there to give the surface more detail. All that really matters is the overall shape. You can see the head right here, and then the eyes and the body right there. and then you can see, oh well, that's a chameleon. So yeah, you don't really need to care about the texture. So that's good. You didn't do it, so that's good. Yeah, I think that's in general just, you know, kind of giving it some more depth. Focusing on the proportions overall can bring you very far. Also, of course, it's not really something you can really, I guess, you just have to practice. Getting proportions right, it's just, you know, it's just practice. The more you do it, the better you get at it. I'm not perfect. I haven't mastered the observation skill of observing proportions, getting them right. So the more you do it, the better you get. Would you use elastic deform to narrow it? What do you mean? The front? So let's go back to Blender so I can show you what I would do. So if we have, hold on, let me kind of bring this back to its original form. Probably not. Nope. Okay, let's bring it back to 20 so we can kind of sort of, there you go. So if I wanted to fix the mouth, the nose, what I would do is, if we have the mouth, you know, right here in the front, where's if we have symmetry, do we have symmetry? We probably don't. There you go. Okay. So if that's the mouth and it's kind of wide, like this, you know, kind of having the mouth go, I guess the neck go down like this, and then you have the front going up to the two sides. There you go. See, that's the chameleon. So what I would do, there you go. What I would do is just grab the grab brush, not really the snake hook brush, but rather the grab brush, just to kind of push it closer together. If you see that it's kind of, I guess, hard to push it more together in the middle, you can see it gets harder to push it closer together. What you can do is you could go into the symmetry settings and remove feathering. Feathering basically creates like a small resistance in the center, so you can just, I guess, push everything together in the center. But if you remove it, it's easier to push everything way closer together. You can see how easy it is now without feathering. So yeah, that's how I would do it. Just grab the grab brush and just kind of push it close together. We can also use the snake hook brush. It makes it easier to move stuff, you know, woo. But sometimes the snake hook brush changes geometry, which also means it's kind of affects the structure of everything, which means sometimes you can lose some detail, which is why I use the grab brush mostly. If I just kind of do small adjustments, you know, pushing it slower, maybe pushing it closer together. Because the grab brush doesn't really change the geometry when you have dynamic topology enabled. My chameleon looks like he's trolling in comparison with his facial expression. Okay, so I think that kind of covers the first one. You know, just kind of, I guess my tips would be sort of, you know, adding some more depth, using being very confident with the crease brush, not only removing but also adding, and then yeah, for example, using the sort of, you know, forward technique for the clay strip brush to add some, I guess, some structure, and also just kind of observing the reference. You know, getting better at observing the reference. The only thing you can do to get better at that is just to do it. So yeah, that's my advice for this piece. You know, I think it's hard to really go too hard. Of course, you can always be too hard when it comes to, or you can always go too hard when it comes to adding depth. You know, like, oh wow, you know, we create these crazy high ridges here, where these, you know, these edges go very deep. This could look too crazy, but of course then you can still just smooth it out. I think most of the time, especially in the beginning, adding more depth than not enough helps you more. Okay, let's actually go to the next one that you've submitted, just so we can have yours, both of yours together. Let's go in here. There we go. Let's go to the next one. the next submission, the dragon. I actually sculpted a dragon before as well in one of the quick sketches. There it is. Let's look at your reference as well. Let me just quickly pull it up. I think that's your reference. You actually posted it in inspirations. Hold on. There it is. Let me just quickly download it. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so let's look at the reference right here. Wait, that's it. Okay, perfect. So if we compare the two, let me just quickly, probably we only need the head. So we're going to go in here and separate the head from everything else. There you go. Okay. Let's look at the two again. I think for these quick sketches, it's very, very helpful to look at the reference, to not only, you know, see what's different, but also to kind of, yeah, basically see what's different and what you can improve in your version. Let me just quickly pull this more over to this side here. There you go. Okay. The nose. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I think in general, the best thing, or the thing that you can focus on the most would probably be the trying to separate or trying to simplify a reference, for example, or trying to simplify an object into its most simple shapes. So if you would do that for the reference, let's do that real quick. So we have the reference right here. We would begin with the head. Of course, we only have the head for your sculpt as well, so we only need to look at the head. So the head has, for example, the eyes right here. But let's look at the edges first. What kind of edges do we have that kind of define the shapes of the head? Of course, if you already kind of know what an animal's head looks like, you know, a dragon's head looks similar to, for example, I guess you could say, maybe, of course, a lizard head, maybe, or lizard skull, maybe even a horse skull, not necessarily, but I think it gets pretty close. And let's look at this, what the structure is for this. So the most basic shape for this would probably be just kind of like a front right here, like this, that then goes down like this. And then it goes back like this. There you go. And then also over here. There you go. So that's the most basic shape. And then if you wanted to detail this out some more, let's actually add the neck as well, just because we can, you know, kind of doing this. There you go. That's the most basic shape of this dragon reference. Hold on, let me fix this here real quick. There you go. I know my brush is too small. Okay, don't mention it. Okay, there you go. So if you compare that to yours, I think it's, yeah, as you said it before, it's kind of the nose again. You can see right here. If you compare it to, you know, the reference, let's look at yours. So first of all, of course, we have the perspective is probably different. So sometimes maybe, of course, the references, I mean, perspective changes the object, but I think what you can see here is the nose is a little bit bigger. You can also see, comparing it to the other one, there you go, going back like this. There you go. So it's still the same shape, but there are subtle differences. One difference being that you go higher with your sort of eyebrow, I guess, yeah, edge, you could say. And then also the nose is too big, you could say. The nose is too wide. One more thing that I could see right here is that the nostrils or the nose holes are more on the side right here on this piece rather than on yours. They're more facing forward. For this for the reference, it's more facing to the side, slightly forwards, but also facing to the side, more diagonal forwards, you could say. Also, I think what you could improve is you can see right here. Hold on. There you go. You can see right here. The eye is pretty deep, of course, in here. It's sitting in the head, of course, that you already have here as well. Of course, you could add an eyeball here as well. But what you can improve on is, first of all, you kind of have to think about, I guess, you know, I guess the biggest question that I most of the time ask myself if I, for example, learn new stuff or overall just kind of scope, for example, especially organic characters, is why, you know, you have the eyes here, and then you have this sort of eyebrow right there, and then you have one right there. This seems to be in front of the eye. He can't really look forward. Why? It is, and then you kind of look more into it. Maybe it's more that the eyebrow isn't really in front of the eye, but the eye or the head gets wider the more it gets to the back of the head. So it's more like this, looking from the top. It's more like this, you know. And then the eyebrows maybe like over here, like this. And then the eye is maybe over here. So it looks from the side as if the eyes are underneath the eyebrow, but it's more that they are behind them. You can see right here, it looks kind of like they're in front, and maybe that's, you know, supposed to be that way. So it's more like I guess you have two different ways of, I guess there are two ways for animals to have their eyes placed. For predators, I don't want to, you know, say it's a fact, but that's how I, don't take my word literally, but if I remember correctly, you have either the eyes on the side, that is usually for, I guess, prey animals, you could say, so that they have a 360-degree vision in all directions, so they can see, oh well, there's a predator coming from behind, I can see them. And then predators, because they're predators, they don't really have to care about any other, I guess they don't really have any predators themselves. They usually have their eyes placed forward. This way they can look forward and focus on an object. You can see right here, if the eyes are on both sides, they don't really have a focus point in the center. The good thing about placing your eyes forward is that the cones of these eyes, the vision cones, meet in the center, and this way you have this 3D vision spot in the middle that not only focuses everything, but also lets you perceive depth, and also, yeah, lets you focus on a certain object. So if you, for example, look at dragons, you could say, okay, well, the dragon is probably hunting. It's not probably like a leaf dragon that eats leaves. So, and it's also usually, if you place the eyes facing forward, they look more aggressive, more like, I guess, aggressive basically, because, you know, hunters are more aggressive than, I guess, prey. So if you want to create menacing and dangerous looking characters or animals, you would generally place the eyes facing forwards, and that would be probably what you can see here. If you wanted to paint this dragon from the front, let me bust out my insane drawing skills. You would have the nose right here. Of course, you have the sort of spikes here at the bottom. I don't want to go into too much detail. Let's put the nose right there. Then you have kind of the side view here. You have the nostrils right there. There you go. And then if you go further back, you can have the eyebrow right here. It kind of goes out like this. There you go. And then the eyes, if we create the head in general, first of all, we can have this shape. There you go. And then the eyes are not behind like this. They are more right here. So you can still look forward. They're not being blocked here like this. If they would look forward, they would be blocked by this these eyebrows. They would actually be next to them if you look from the front, like this. So yeah. So you would have like a you can actually see the eyes from the front like this. And this way you can create a more natural looking and more, it just makes more sense in the general anatomy of the character or the dragon. So one thing you could do, you could just kind of turn these in more. The next one was the nose holes, put them closer, maybe over here, you know, like there. You can also see, of course, the spikes are a little bit different. What you can do to create these spikes, there's an easy way to do it, especially also for these flaps on the side. The same technique that I use for ears. Let's go to Blender. If you want to kind of create these limbs that kind of, or these pieces of mesh that just you pull out of the general surface that you have right now, what you can do is you can just kind of, I guess, you mask out the general shape of what you want to, you know, pull out. So for the ear, that would be something like this, you know, and then you can pull it out, invert it, and then you have this one deselect, and then you can pull it out like this. Or for the horns, for example, what you could do is you could, you know, create this piece here in the back. Oh, you kind of have to think about, okay, what's probably the if you cut it in half and you look at it from the front, what does the profile look like? For the horns, that would probably be something like this would be the top, and then you kind of have this sort of tapering off right here in the back. And then if you invert this mask and you grab your snake hook brush, you pull it out, you create these nice these nice horns. So it's very, very simple to use the mask brush, or the mask brush with the snake hook brush to create these very, very nice, for example, flaps on the side. You know, just going in here, kind of creating this, for example, inverting, grabbing the snake hook brush, pulling it out, and then kind of, you know, branching it out in multiple directions. And this way you can create these nice flaps on the side. You can do the same for the horns, of course, as we said before, and also then here at the bottom. We don't necessarily even need the mask to do these, for example, but I think you can be more precise if you use a mask. Okay. I guess in general the same applies, the same principles apply that we had before for the chameleon. Just kind of, you know, looking at the proportions. I think in general the front part of the head is bigger than on yours. You can probably make it way thicker, or I guess increase the height. I think that you also don't have a first of all, you don't have eyes. I think the eyes would help a lot. And then also you don't have a mouth. You know, adding a mouth would probably help a lot as well in making this actually look like an animal. There's probably no animal that has no mouth, so adding a mouth would probably help as well. And then one thing that also helps a lot when you create characters or when you create animals is just adding a neck. You don't really need more than the neck. You probably don't even need the body. You only really need the neck to just kind of connect the head to something. Usually it looks weird when you only have the head. So just adding, for example, the neck helps a lot in making the sculpt look, a little bit better. So let's see if we can actually do the same here again with the liquefy tool. Hold on, let me create this. Set this into a smart object. There you go. So let's liquefy this real quick. So we talked about the nose piece here. Making this, pulling this a little bit more to the side over here. Maybe even bringing everything a little bit closer together. Also pulling it up a little bit. Making the front part a little bit higher. There you go. Maybe even make the horn a little bit longer. There you go. And then of course the eyebrows, kind of pushing them closer into the center. So you have some more, you know, you can actually see the eyes can look forward like this. There you go. And then, yeah, I mean, maybe increase the chin size a little bit as well. There you go. And then of course, once you have that, you can use, you can crease, put in a mouth. So you know, just going in here, kind of, adding a mouth like this should help a lot in making this look more like a dragon. Of course, and in general, just kind of analyzing the shape some more. Don't really focus on these small horns before. So the most basic rule for anything that you sculpt is with the most basic stuff that I can add to a sculpt, does it look like the thing that I try to sculpt? So if you try to sculpt this character, I think the only thing you really need is the box that we had in the beginning, you know, going out like this. There you go. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe not even the horn, maybe the hole right here in the front. Then maybe these big horns going back, because they really define the structure a lot. There you go. The eyes, and then the mouth. And it immediately looks like a dragon. Of course, you can, you know, add some more to it to make it look more like it. But you can at least see, you know, the more you work on it, the more you'll get the likeness. You don't have to focus on these smaller horns. What you really have to focus on is what defines the structure of the sculpt. These horns don't really, they may change this, the silhouette slightly, but they don't really change the curve. Wait. You can see these horns, you can see they're there, but they don't really change how this eyebrow, you could say, or this horn kind of gets to the end. They only really add some smaller details to it. They don't really define the look of this. So if you would smooth these out, they wouldn't really make a difference in what this character looks like. Comparing that to these ones, for example, they make a huge difference. You can see how much the silhouette and the structure changes. But then you have these smaller ridges right here, these smaller, I don't know, creases, whatever. They don't really change anything in the sculpt itself. So focus on the things that, the minimal things that you can add to a character to capture the look of this character before you care about these smaller details. Yeah, those are my tips. And of course, you know, adding some more depth to this. Maybe you can see these smaller creases right here. Well, no, don't think about those. You can also just remove them, and it's still going to look like the character. Let's actually see if we can kind of simulate that. So if we go in here and kind of try to remove some detail here. Let's see. Wait, where's my strength? There it is. Smooth it. See, now there's nothing anymore here in detail in the front. Now I try to remove as much detail as possible, and you still see that it doesn't really change the look of the character. It only really adds a little more interesting stuff to it. But in general, you can still see that it's the same dragon. So don't really care about the detail. Don't really care about these small adjustments, these small ridges, these small creases in your character. Really only care about the most basic shapes. And don't even care about these horns down there necessarily. Only really care about these big shapes. So if we would define the big shapes for this character, where you could say maybe these horns right here, because they make a big part of this dragon's look. Maybe this sort of flap right here. This horn as well, of course, going to the front. Maybe not even this horn, but we can include it. There you go. Mouth. And then, of course, this flap right here. So if I only really separate these shapes right now, maybe even this here, make it as simple as possible. Let's see if we can still see the dragon in it. There you go. And then putting in the eye. There you go. Oh. There you go. I don't know if that really looks like anything. Let's see. you can still see that it looks like a dragon. So by just painting, very, very loosely painting over it, you can still sort of see that it's a dragon without adding any detail. So focus on the very, very most basic shapes first before you do anything else. You know, these small horns, they don't really add anything to this. They don't really help you in capturing the likeness of this character here. Of course, I'm not saying you try to one-to-one replicate this, but of course, you know, this is what we look at here for the inspiration. Okay, I think that's pretty good for these two. Let's go to the next one, to the next submission. We don't need this anymore. Wait, what is that? Okay, perfect. Let's open the next one, which would be, oh, okay, let's, wait, which one is the next one in the post order? The next one, oh yeah, the arms, okay. Let's look at these arms. There you go. Okay. So, let's actually grab the reference as well, just so we can look at it. What I like for this piece especially is the different angles. I like that you give me different angles to look at. This way, you know, it just gives me more information in what, you know, I can analyze the sculpt a little bit more. Let's actually look at the reference for this piece. There you go. Okay, let's compare these two and see. I think for these quick sketches especially, the only thing we really have to care about is maybe technique and also proportions. Everything else isn't really, you know, rendering doesn't really matter that much. So we only really have to care about the execution or the sculpting part. There you go. Okay. So, okay, let's begin. Hold on, let me actually remove the hand so we have an equal look right here. Okay. Okay. So, first of all, I really like how you've captured the muscles. I think in general the anatomy looks pretty good. There are some things you can tweak, something that you overall, yeah, you could kind of push in a different direction. Overall, I think you really captured the different muscles, separated them. Especially you could see the shoulder muscle very defined. Here, for example, see how it's separated from the trap muscle, from these I don't know what you call those, like the back muscles here that connect to the or that are right next to the shoulder, right here. You can see the lat. Can you see the lat? I think the lat. Yeah, the biggest one that is still missing here is the lat, the latissimus. Is that what you call it in English? I think so. I'm going to show you how it's being connected to the arm. So if you do pull-ups, the muscle that is contributing the most next to, I guess, the biceps and maybe the forearm muscles is the lat, the latissimus, which is, if you look at the reference right here, hold on, I need to cover the butt, there you go. It's connected, I think, hold on, yeah, it's connected right here and the back of the, basically right here on the spine. I don't know if it's connected to the spine or attached to the spine, but it's right here. It starts right here and then it goes, see how big it is? All this is just the latissimus. And then it connects to the arm. Hold on. It connects to the arm in here, you could see it here. So if we would separate it, it's kind of hard to see here because the arm is so close to the body. So you can see it begins here in the back, which you can't really see in the reference, so that's why I'm showing it to you. It goes here, goes to the shoulder, and then goes underneath the biceps and connects to the upper arm. Oh, sorry. where does it connect to the upper arm? You can see it right here. If we would separate these muscles, let's begin here. Let's begin with the latissimus. Latissimus is basically connecting, if this would be the bone, right here. And then it goes down like this. It connects right here, because the latissimus, when it flexes, of course it shrinks together, which means if you have your arms right here, and it shrinks together like this, it pulls your arm down. Which means if you do pull-ups, you could see, or you can't really see it, but that's how it works. It pulls itself together, which means you can pull yourself up. To do that, it needs to be connected to the upper arm. How is it connected? It is connected underneath all the other muscles, or basically in the armpit. So you can see this piece right here is the latissimus connected to the arm right here. You can see it here as well. There you go. And you can see it here as well. For yours, you can see it has more volume right here because it's kind of like of course a muscle. I think what you could do is you can add just a little bit more volume over here, just to kind of highlight this wing a little bit more. Also, you can see here, you can see this very, very clear line of the latissimus right here. That isn't really there for your sculpt. You can see there's not really any, not like a big shape here. This should be like the latissimus should be kind of really separated from the rest of the muscles, going down like this, but coming from the upper arm. And then also going to the front, you can see you can just add a little bit more volume here. And then also the one that is then kind of, I guess the counterpart in the front would be the pecs, the chest muscles. You can see them right here in the reference, going from here and here. If that would be the chest, you know, going from here to here, going to the arm like this. For yours, it's kind of a little bit too low. You can see how it kind of goes in this direction. For yours, it kind of goes down and then maybe to the middle. But if you look at if you look at the reference, you can see the muscle is attached right here, and then it goes to the shoulder, to the upper arm bone, connects to it underneath the shoulder. So if you would raise your shoulder, you would basically see like that it kind of goes underneath the shoulder right here. Which means, oh my god, I always hit the microphone. Which means that when you stretch it, it gets kind of lifted up. For yours, it's kind of staying in the same place. What it would look like is basically you would have your pec, if this would be the shoulder kind of relaxed like this, you know, like this. And then you would have your chest muscle being connected to the upper arm. It would look like this, you know, like this. But then if you would raise your arm, what would happen is this shoulder or this bone gets rotated in this direction, which means if you kind of, you know, try to simulate that, you would have the shoulder right here. It gets upwards, so the shoulder gets kind of crammed together like this. And then the muscle that is connected still to the bone gets lifted upwards like this. This way you have more volume in the top than in the bottom, and it kind of has this upwards angle for your dragging muscles. Yeah, I mean, knowing how muscles work can be very useful in different cases, and of course where they're placed as well. Usually animals have roughly the same bone or muscle structure, or the same muscles in general than humans have. So one thing that I would suggest here, that you can also see in the reference, is to, you could see, because he lifts his arm, the muscle gets lifted up in this direction. For yours, it kind of stays in the same direction, in the same place. So you can lift this up a little bit higher, and then to kind of show this armpit a little bit more, you can see how much we can see of the armpit, and then also showing the lat a little bit more. The depth of the scope looks pretty good. You could maybe, you know, add a little bit more here and there, but I like the depth in general. For example, the shoulder looks pretty good. The triceps looks pretty good as well. So the depth in general looks pretty good. I like it. Also the structure overall, where you place your muscles, looks pretty good. Maybe here you have placed too much volume over here. That would be more part of the upper, or more part of the forearm muscle. The forearm muscle is actually what you can see here. It comes from here somewhere. I'm not an expert in forearm muscles, but they kind of start over here somewhere, and then they kind of just go in this direction. So the actual volume comes from the forearm muscle, not from the, I guess, from here somewhere, more from here. That's why you can see not really that much volume over here, which you can see in yours, so you can kind of remove this, and more like this sort of bump over here, which you've actually added, so that's good. Yeah, so far that's for the anatomy. Yeah, you could maybe add some more volume here, for example. We're going to do that in just a second. I guess I would say the same for my sculpt as well. Kind of just getting better at the anatomy in general of the arm helps you probably the most when it comes to sculpting the arm, especially when you do different rotations. The arm can do so many rotations. Really knowing where the muscles attach can help you place them when you sculpt. So for example, if you know that when you have your arm placed like this, you know that the biceps goes from here to the forearm, but then if you rotate it like this, you can still see that it goes from here to here, which makes it easier to place just the muscles and kind of place the volumes where they need to be. So let's just go into here and kind of adjust the volumes a little bit, and then we can go to the next one. So yeah, I guess the biggest tip would be just looking at anatomy and adjusting it according to anatomy. One thing, of course, as we said, would be pulling this a little bit higher, like this. There you go. Then pulling out the lat a little bit more, pulling out this wing. We also said kind of pulling this bump in a little bit more and kind of bringing out this volume. There you go. Yeah, those are the big ones. Overall, I like it. It has a lot of depth, or it has quite a lot of depth. Just overall kind of maybe defining the muscle a little bit more, maybe looking at where they actually are placed. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. There you go. Let's do it again. Wait. Okay. So one thing was here, the wing, then the chest, kind of pulling it higher like this. Maybe even the triceps, making it a little bit bigger like this. We also have less volume over here, more over here, and that's basically the big change. Everything else looks pretty good. I like it. So in general, just kind of, looking at anatomy a little bit. Maybe this is too much, but you can really see the latissimus from the front if you raise your arm. Usually it's kind of covered from, by kind of lowering your arm. But if you especially raise your arm, you can really see it from the front even. Yeah. Okay. And that's basically it for this piece. Basically just anatomy. Okay. Let's go to the next one. The next one is actually a submission from Hustler, the first one. So let's get into that. And next we have not only a render, we also have an object that we can tweak. So let's actually do that. We don't really probably need the render because we can just look at the object. Yeah. My pleasure, Fred. Hopefully it helps. Maybe in the near future we're gonna do like a anatomy analysis where we talk about the different muscles and how they are connected to, I guess, the bones, for example, to not only for me to learn more, to kind of reinforce my current knowledge and get better at it, but also to yeah, learn together. To kind of analyze anatomy a little bit more. Okay, let's import the last submission. It's going to be an object, so we can actually change things in Blender. Where is it? There it is. Oh, I didn't want to append, I wanted to import. There you go. There you go, perfect. Haha. Easy. Okay, perfect. Let me actually sit down, then we can begin. Okay, let's begin analyzing this piece, or giving feedback. Okay, I think the easiest way to give feedback would be to look at a reference. So let's go in here and add some reference as well, just so we can compare your model to reference and kind of, you know, shaping it. I think this, you know, you could say the the best way, or today's theme for this feedback would be more about, you know, sculpting, how to sculpt, and also anatomy in general. Though I have a sanding desk that I can, you know, raise and lower, so I can sit and stand. That's why I do it. If I sit too long, I kind of feel it in my back. So to kind of prevent me from getting back pain later, I got a standing desk, so I can switch between standing and sitting. Okay, so let's look at the head. That's pretty good reference. That's probably the best one. Okay. Let's look at, oh, maybe, hold on. I would actually like, oh, this is better. There you go. Okay. So in this one, we can not only see, the face, but we can also see the side view and also sort of the bones and the muscles as well. So let's look at the head. We can probably go into sculpting in just a second, but what I want to look at first, I think the biggest thing that you So okay, let's talk about a topic first, which is what you've talked about in Discord, which is trying to learn real anatomy and slowly crawling my way into stylized. I want to learn real anatomy since there's tons of reference and tutorials for it, so it's easier to learn, and from that stylized, it's much easier to build. That is what I want to talk about first. You should really go into really only go into stylizing your character once you know how to create it realistically, because you basically, if you want to stylize something, you try to simplify what was complex before. So if you want to simplify an apple, you could say it could be like an oval, like a sphere or whatever, but you need to know what an apple actually looks like so you can simplify it. So what I would suggest is to learn realistic human anatomy first before you go into stylization, because then you actually know first of all how to build a good looking head, what the proportions look like and all that stuff, and then afterwards you can go into stylization. This way you have the basics, and then you can apply a style basically. So yeah, so my advice would be to learn, I guess, face, head, and or anatomy first, real anatomy first, before stylizing that anatomy. Okay, so let's talk about I guess the most obvious, the biggest change that I would make to this character. So comparing to this one, I guess the most obvious one that you can see would be the eyes. The eyes are probably a little bit too big. We're going to talk about those in just a second. What I want to focus on first, what is kind of the most, the biggest thing that you could change is your head shape. Yeah. I want to learn how stuff works and how to break it down into basics. That's where your face anatomy stream helped me a lot. Yeah. You don't want to see my first attempts. Yeah. So, yeah, knowing knowing the complexities lets you simplify it. Okay. So let's go into the biggest change, the biggest thing that you can change to make this look immediately better, which is basically, hold on, let me grab my brush right here, which would be the head shape. As we talked about it before, but the head shape is basically like this. You have the nose in the front, you have the eyes right here, and then you have the ears right here, and you have the back of the head right here. So the back of the head is the widest part of the head. For yours currently, it's more like this. So one thing you can do, you can kind of just pull the back more wider. What it basically looks like then is it looks like this. So if you look at this reference right here, if we would frame the face and then we would frame the entire head shape, the face would be something like this. Let's go actually over here. There you go. And then for the head, it would be more, I guess you could just do this. See how much wider the head is compared to the face. For yours, it's more like this. And then your head is very, very slim behind it. So the biggest change you can do, oh my god, so swirly. The biggest change you can do is just make the head wider in the back. Let's actually do that now. So let's go into sculpting. Okay, so you can see from the top, you can see how it basically looks like a cube, you could say. So what you could do is just go in here and pull. Oh, wait, symmetry. There you go. Pull these sides further apart, and then you can see how much wider the back gets compared to the front. Okay, maybe not making it too crazy, of course, but that's a good starting point. So now we have the back way wider than the front. The next one that I would suggest, okay, so the ears are in a pretty good position now. You can see they kind of go pretty far out, but that is just because we kind of pushed everything out more. What you can do though, the eyes I think are a little bit too big. So, I mean the eyes, the ears as well, but let's talk about the ears first. For the ears, what I would suggest, or basically the anatomy of the ear begins, or the bottom of the ear begins where the bottom of the nose is. So right here, going horizontally, like right here. The top of the ear ends, or begins, or ends where the nose ends. We can see it goes a little bit higher maybe than the nose, and also a little bit lower than the nose, which means just pulling these up a little bit can really help in making these the ears a little bit more according to the, or kind of, reducing the size helps in making them more realistic. Of course, you could have a character that has huge eyes, but I think this looks better. Just kind of reducing the ear size a little bit. I also had big problems with big ears, large ears for my characters before I really realized or kind of learned how big they are. But I think that helps a lot. I should have actually, hold on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this so we can look at that when we're done. Okay. The next one is, I guess, let's talk about the planes of the head. I think that what you can focus on the most for your character is, first of all, maybe anatomy or proportions, and then planes of the head. Those are the two that I want to talk about here. Let's actually look at the planes of the head reference that we talked about in the first one, which is this one right here. So look at how much more rigid, how much more depth, how much more creases and bumps this face had compares to this one. Don't really care about these here necessarily because these are more fat pads. But look at the forehead, look at the eyebrows, look at the cheekbone. See how much more depth this just has in general. You can especially see it from the side. See how much wider it is here compared to yours. You can also even see part of the face on the side. For your eyes, the eyes are, I think, a little bit too big, so they kind of, the skin has to kind of wrap around behind the eye. The eye is actually basically only really visible from the front. From the side, you just see like a very, very small piece. So what I would suggest is kind of looking at the planes of the face. I could maybe even post this in Discord, so you can download it or whatever. And then, yeah, to have a good starting point, I would suggest you go into the eyes to get the eyes sort of right. What you can do is you can go to the eyes. You can first of all maybe... Why are they all creased? Maybe that's just the export bug. So the eyes, eye size, 5 eyes next to each other equal the head width. So if we go in here and we use an array modifier, we set this to 5, and then we use orthographic view, so there's no perspective. We place them next to each other. Now the width works quite well because we made it wider. But I think the problem now is the structure in the front of the face. Also, I think what you can do is, and also how wide they need to be or how much space there's between the two eyeballs is roughly one eyeball, maybe a little bit smaller. What I found was, I think, or at least I usually make the eyes a little bit smaller than, what is that? Hold on. I need to put the pivot point in the middle of this ball. There you go. Just making them a little bit smaller than head shape works better for me. Okay, then we remove this, use a mirror modifier, apply it to this sphere, to this sculpt, and then just place the eyes right here. You can kind of estimate where you have like one space in between, like one eyeball space in between, like this. Perfect. Now they're in the face. Also, the position vertically is roughly in the middle of the head. So if you look at this, it's pretty good, I think. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Let's go into the face and let's look at the planes. So I think the biggest changes you can do here would be to wait. Symmetry's on. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we should. Yep, perfect. So the biggest changes I think you can do to improve this would be, first of all, to really create a frame around the eyes. You can see how deep the eyes are in the face. Yours are quite far forward. You can see there's nothing really, no volume in the front. So what you can do is you can really, first of all, maybe pull out like a forehead. Hold on, let me stick with 20. There you go. Really only stick with really pulling out like a forehead, for example. That doesn't really apply to all characters, but you know, in the beginning, learning the basics means, you know, really maybe even exaggerating the form like this. Maybe this is too high. We can maybe pull this down a little bit. Also, I think the eyes are a little bit too far forward. Or maybe the eyelids are a little bit too far back. They're more like this. They're actually quite deep in the face. Okay, I see that you have taken this into account. The width of the nose is roughly where the inner corner of the eye is. That's good. Pulling these pretty low in, pretty deep into the face, like this. There you go. Oh. Then also you have this crease here for the eyelid. Oh, hold on. Why is it breaking apart like that? Let's go to 50. Maybe 50 is better, so we don't break the entire sculpt. There you go. Adding this crease right there to kind of separate the eyelid from the rest. You can also see here we have the bone. You can see the bone structure right here of the cheekbone coming from here and going into the middle. So if you would do that for this character, what is that? Hello? Why are you there? Oh, okay. Interesting. Never seen that before. Okay, so if you would do that for this character, what you could do is you could kind of make this deep first and then kind of going in here and kind of drawing out the cheekbone or the eye hole, basically. Smoothing it out and then enhancing the cheekbone a little bit more. So basically drawing like a triangle here, like this, going back and then also in the middle to just kind of enhance the bone structure a little bit more, giving this face some more depth. Also, what you have to think about is that the cheekbone is pretty far back compared to the eye, so it's roughly on eye height, like there. There you go. And then also you can see your nostrils are quite far forward. Looking at this, it's not really that visible from the front view. Do we have a... Oh, there you go. Side view. You can see how far it goes back. Comparing it to yours, I think you can just overall pull it further back. Like this. There you go. Maybe even kind of reinforcing this line right here. There you go. You can see the nose structure. We have 3 pieces, or 4 you could say. 1, 2, bottom, and then bridge. So you have 1, 2, like this, 3, and then 4. There you go. Smoothing everything will make it look more like a female character. There you go. Okay, well, maybe not really, but a little bit more. Yeah, and overall, just focusing on the planes of the head will help you give the head more depth, and overall just creating better realistic anatomy. That's why I say start with the skull. That way you can focus on the bone structure first, and if the bone structure looks good, you could then build on top of that. So yeah, maybe changing the width a little bit, not too much. The mouth can probably be a little bit wider, also can go pretty deep. It looks pretty good already, so that's good. The lip shape looks pretty okay. You already added like a slight fat pad right here, that's okay. But overall, I think the sculpt in itself, wait, what did I say? The one thing that you should focus on the most is probably bone structure and muscles. You can see also how the chin sort of lines up with the nose, the nostril. For yours, the chin is quite far forward. So one thing you could do is you could just pull it back a little bit like this. And then also maybe pulling everything here further back slightly. The forehead looks pretty good now. Maybe pulling it slightly more forward. Also, maybe pulling of course, it depends on what you want to create here. What kind of nose, of course. But what you can do is you can kind of pull this lower, kind of reinforce this bridge. Maybe even create like a small, like a separate the nose a little bit more from the forehead, like this. Smoothing it, of course, a little bit more. There you go. Also making this pretty deep here. That is pretty important. There you go. And just kind of working on that. Maybe starting, of course, maybe not trying to, I guess, clean this up, but actually starting from scratch with a skull and then adding the muscle and the fat should, yeah, lead you to some pretty good results. Yeah. Of course, the neck is probably more. You probably just added like a small neck, but keep in mind that the tongue has to stay somewhere. What you would usually do is if you have this upwards chin, what you would add would be just a little bit more room down here, connecting it to the neck to really leave some room for the mouth to, or for the tongue to kind of sit in the mouth. There you go. Also, of course, the Adam's apple, not really that visible for females necessarily, but it's still there. And then, of course, the bones going from the ear to the collarbone right here. Also not that visible, but it still changes the shape of the neck. And then, of course, the neck muscles in the back as well. There you go. You can maybe even reinforce this a little bit more. Maybe even bring this fat pad in. Fat pads are the last thing you should focus on after bone and muscles. That then goes down here. Whoa. Little moth going down here and ending there. Maybe even defining the cheekbone a little bit more. It looks pretty flat right now, so kind of going in here, just kind of giving it some more detail. Maybe even you can see, usually for the outer edge of the eyebrow, you can see this sort of triangle shape going back. There you go, like this, which would be right here. So bringing that in can help as well. Happened again. There you go. To create different planes at the top of the head. So you have one plane right here, and then one plane in the front right here. Dude, everything breaks now. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, and overall just, focusing on the planes of the face to give everything some more structure. So I'm going to post this in the Discord so you can get that. You can use that as reference, and also just, maybe even over here, adding a little bit more structure to the chin, maybe even the muscles of the mouth, a little bit more. There you go. Also, the one thing you can change is the width of the jaw. It doesn't really necessarily need to be wider. Like, we can probably also change the overall width of the head. You can see now how we can actually see the side of the head, like around the eye, where the eye is now in the middle of the head. Or what? No, the eye, you can see around the eye, because we've kind of not only pulled this a little bit more out, we've added some more volume around the eyes. So we can actually see the volume around it. We can also increase the chin width. The last part of the chin is usually what you see when you look at the person from the front. So it's not really the muscles that cover the chin, it is actually the chin or the jaw itself. So making that quite wide, you can see it reinforces, or it make the jaw a little bit wider. And then the muscles that kind of come from the chin only really bring in this sort of volume to kind of define the cheekbone structure a little bit more. There you go. And also I think what you can change here is usually going from the bottom of the chin to the bottom of the nose. Roughly in the middle of that is where you place the lips. So if you would separate this, the middle would probably be somewhere, I would say over here. So you can raise your lips a little bit, grabbing them, pulling them a little bit higher. There you go. Can help you in yeah, in the getting better proportions. There you go. Maybe the eye, maybe the eyes are a little bit too high. You could probably place them a little bit lower. You can probably tweak the eyes as well. But overall, just looking at the structure not only of the bones, but also on the muscles and fat pads in as the last piece would probably be the thing that I would suggest focusing on now. Let's compare this one to yours, to the previous version, the slightly adjusted version. Hold on, let's duplicate these. There you go. Comparing these two, you can probably see the difference. Just sort of, yeah, just kind of looking at the structure of the face and giving everything, you can see how much more, wait, hide. You can see how much more detail there is now in the face, how much more structure there is. You can see this, you can see that, you can see the forehead actually like this. It's quite shallow here. You can see the eyes have actually structure like this. You can see the fat going down over here. The mouth is a little bit higher, and you can focus on this some more, kind of, focusing on the individual pieces and individual structure pieces a little bit more. But overall, just as a tip, focus on focus on this. Let's say focus on this. This is what you should focus on. This right there. Yeah, that would be my suggestion. Okay, and that's basically everything. Those are all the submissions that we have. Hope you learned something, and I'm always happy to see, if you maybe try to improve or try to, apply my suggestions. Not only, apply the suggestions to the models that you've submitted, and kind of posting another version, a improved version, would also be pretty cool to kind of see the before and after. But of course, you can also just submit a new version or a new piece. Okay, yep. Hope that was helpful. Now we can go to something new, something that I'm actually quite excited about. Yeah. Make me proud. Hope you make me proud, okay? I expect great from you. Great things. I see the potential. Okay. Let's make a new file. Nope, I don't want to save this. Okay. So I said it should take like an hour. I think it probably took like an hour and 30 minutes, but that's okay. Tomorrow we have more time, and Wednesday we also do. So let's go into the next topic, which is environment modeling in Unreal Engine. So the idea is we want to create a basic environment, or we want to design an environment in Unreal Engine using Lumen as the lighting, I guess you could say Lumen as the lighting engine, lighting method. So we don't really have to care about light baking or whatever. We can do that in real time. But of course, we need models that we can, put into the scene. In Unreal Engine, you already have starter models. Hold on. How quick is it to port over an entire game from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5? That's a good question. I actually don't know. I would guess it would just be a... Have you tried it and are there some problems? I would guess it would just be like other software where you just update and then it basically keeps most of the things intact. It would be kind of weird if it would just be like if you would change a lot. I might be wrong, of course. I'm also pretty new to Unreal Engine, so I might not be the best person to ask. But yeah, I would guess it would just be pretty similar. Yeah, you can try what happens. You probably tried it, but what happens if you open it up in Unreal Engine 5? Are there like any big problems that you encountered? Welcome, Atherin. I didn't even see that. Sorry. Marvelous Designer. I've used it before for one character to create some clothing. I definitely recommend it for clothing. I mean, that's what it's supposed to do. I'm never going to do clothing in Blender, so if we ever do clothing again, which will probably happen soon, we're probably going to use Marvelous Designer. But yeah, I've used it before. Let's go into what I want to do. So you have starter models in Unreal Engine, but they only really cover like the most basic stuff, like walls. You have a pillar, and they all are just basically cubes in different shapes and sizes. You have like a, I don't know, like a, what do you call it? Like a window and a door. Nothing really crazy. So we're going to look at the references, the idea that I have for the environment, and then we're going to create the most basic modules that we need for our scene. So what I'm basically thinking about is working in modules, or working in a modular workflow. What I mean by that is trying to basically try to create different pieces that you can put together and create bigger pieces. So for a house, that would be making a window, and then maybe even making boards that you can then use for windows. Maybe even you can kind of decide how small you want to make them. But the idea that I have right now is to create maybe pillars, maybe some different looking walls, maybe some wall endings that are kind of smoothed out, and then some archways that we can use to create the environment. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create these in Blender. But before we do that, we're going to look at the references that I've collected to get an idea of what I want to do here. So let's look at the references. Oh, I need to open my Unreal Engine. There you go. Project. There you go. Okay. So I didn't collect that many, but I don't think that's a big deal. Let's go to display capture. There you go. So let's look at the images that I have. So the main image that I think I want to use, there are two main images for what I want to go for the environment. The first one is basically look and feel, what kind of style, what kind of, I guess, environment it's supposed to be, which is this image right here. This image captures kind of what I want to go for the environment look. A naturey technological style where you have, yeah, basically old technology that is already dormant, nobody's there anymore. You rediscover it after it's been grown for quite a while. So you have these very technological, very sleek looking, very clean looking walls and all that stuff. And then on top of that, you have this layer of grass, layer of plants or whatever, and maybe even broken down some pieces that kind of are broken to yeah, make it look old. Then for the centerpiece, basically the eye catcher of the image, you would maybe have like a ball in the distance. You would have a character in the front that can see the ball in the distance, and you have kind of the environment around it. That would be the main idea. So what I'm trying to go, or what I'm looking for now is, or what I want to create now is basically the most basic things that we need to create that environment. That would basically be stuff like, we don't really need doors. I guess we don't really see that much that we need here. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good image. You could see different basic shapes that we can extract from this image that we can then import into Unreal Engine to combine multiple different, to create multiple different pieces of the environment. Stuff like pillars, maybe even not making round pillars, but these sort of cube-like pillars. See how they're kind of cute, but then they're kind of rounded off at the edges, even down here. You can also see maybe these sort of stone-like objects. We also see, generic walls, maybe even diagonal walls. Hold on, where are they? Nope, that's the wrong one. These ones here, we probably don't even need a specific module for that. We can probably use the primitives in Unreal Engine, but for stuff like these arches here, we probably gonna customize those, create those custom, and just overall create some basic modules. Of course, we're gonna expand our module collection the more we need. We're gonna begin with the very, very basic stuff, and then we're gonna add more the more we need. So let's begin in Blender and create the most basic modules. Let's create maybe 4, and then we can maybe 3 or 4, and then we can go into Unreal Engine. Okay, so let's go over which one we want to create. We want to create the archway. Let's create the archway first. Archway shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, I try to make it as low poly as possible. So let's see. I guess the easiest way to create an archway would be to use a cube. We also need to look at the size, although the size doesn't really matter that much. We can probably keep it let's actually make it smaller. Maybe like this. There you go. If you care about the sort of geometric but kind of rounded off style, let's kind of set this as a standard. We could probably go in here and first of all create the archway. The easiest way would probably be to put the archway in the middle. Maybe even, actually, hold on. We could also not really use a cube, but we could use a circle. There you go. We can rotate that by 90 degrees. And then we can just go in here and, first of all, probably decrease the, okay. Let me reduce the resolution. What do we have here? Let's go to 16. 16 looks pretty good. Maybe even less. Maybe 8. 8 is a little bit too little. Maybe 12. Yeah, 12. Maybe. Yeah, let's go to 16. Exactly. So, at least from what I know so far, Unreal Engine is only really there to place the objects and utilize them. It's not really there to edit the mesh. I could be wrong, but that's what I know so far. That's why we go into Blender and create the meshes, and then we can apply? We can add them to Unreal Engine. There you go. We then go in here and we extrude it. Okay. And then we can also select the faces and use extrude along normals. There you go. So create this nice archway. We can then kind of, I guess, improve it. First of all, what I'm going to do, so I'm going to go in here and connect these edges. Wait. There you go. Triangles don't really matter that much in Unreal Engine, so we can actually work with triangles. As far as I know, game engines actually convert quads into triangles. There you go. We use the X from here, copy, paste. You only really have to hover over the value to copy it. There you go. Okay. We could, let's actually do that. We can then go in here and maybe pull this higher. Should we? Yeah, let's do it. Let's grab these edges right here. Pull them higher. We're then going to scale them on the z-axis by 0 so they're flat. And then we're going to pull them back down. There you go. We could probably make it a little bit smoother now. Actually, of course, I'm not an expert, so I don't really know the technical optimizations you could do. You could maybe add one right there, but that probably doesn't really help that much. You know what? Why don't we keep that archway like that? I could... Oh, actually, no. What I wanted to do here is I wanted to smooth out these edges here. So this could actually be... Wait. Oh, so we actually need some depth. Okay, let's add some depth here. Let's go back to this. I don't want to make this a triangle then. Please. Oh, no. Okay. Wait. There you go. Now we bring back the face that was right here. There you go, perfect. Okay, so what I had in mind, of course, was to kind of round off these edges here on the inside. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to scale them out some more. I don't want to go lower than X. Wait, why does it even go? Oh, because we have to use the 3D cursor. There you go. Okay, I want to have some more room here so that I can now go in here. Oh, I don't want to go into Y as well, so I can separate Y. There you go, perfect. So it's not getting wider. Perfect. We're going to use these edges now. Select all of them. Bevel them. Use as little bevel as much as possible. Maybe like that. There you go. Now they're smooth. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. We could now kind of make this, I guess, pull this higher if you want to. I don't think it's really necessary. But what we could do probably is gonna pull this closer together. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave it there. No, I'm gonna put it lower. I mean, close together. There you go. And then I'm gonna pull this higher. We can probably select these edges again. There you go. Select this one as the main edge, so we can say active element, which is this selected one. Scale Z0, so they're all on the same height as the one that is selected. And then I also want to apply this edge coordinate again. Copy, paste. Do the same over here. Copy and paste. So we have this archway now. Let's create another one. Pull this to the side here. I think the pivot point is in a good position there. Let's create the pillar. For the pillar, I really only want to create the, I guess, the shape. We only have like primitives in Unreal Engine as like a standard, which would be basically like a cube, for example. So what I want to do here is I want to go in here and basically create this kind of smooth cube. I'm going to select these edges and then we're just going to bevel them like this. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So that's the next one. And then the cool thing about this is we can basically now combine these modules. So we could, for example, now pull them out of our collection like this. Oh, well, we have these two modules. Let's combine them, for example, by grabbing this, creating an archway by scaling this up. We create two. There you go. We grab this archway piece, put it in the center. We scale it. Wait, oh, the pivot point is too far back. So we need to go in here. There you go, cursor to selected. Object set origin to 3D cursor, there you go. And then we can scale it wider, for example. This would change the shape of this rounding a little bit, but I think that's okay. And then kind of making it wider to fit it into these two pillars. There you go. To create a nice kind of archway. And then you can also just use the primitive cube that you already have and finish it off at the top right here. Like this. That is basically modular modeling, you could say, or building, you could say, probably. Yeah, using smaller pieces to create bigger ones. It's like Lego, exactly. And what we do right now is we basically create the modules that we can then use. We can probably, you know, optimize them later. But right now I kind of want to only, you know, the basics that we can start creating the environment. Okay, the next one that I want to add is probably the floor. Do we need something for the floor? I don't think so. I think the floor is okay. We don't need a ball. We could add some stones though. Let's create some stones. I guess the easiest way to create a stone would be to use a cube. Then maybe use a remesh modifier. Let's see. Okay, well, let's see. Oh no, we need to use a subdivision. Maybe 2, 3. Then use a displacement. We apply a Voronoi texture. There you go. Let's see. We can change the mode. Nope. I'm looking for something pretty specific. Hold on. Was it the first one? I think it was the first one. Yeah, let's go to the first one. Actual distance. Intensity. We probably need more subdivisions here. Okay. Okay, maybe that's not the one that I wanted. Hold on. Is it? Hold on. We can probably change the colors a little bit. Color ramp. There you go. There you go, making them a little bit flatter like this. And then we can also change the size. Can we do it in here? Size, there you go. Making them pretty big like this. Probably also increasing the strength a little bit. We can go in here back in, tweak this. Or welcome Cybot. Yeah, oh, hold on. Yeah, there's probably an add-on for everything. Let's actually try that. Welcome. Let's try that. Preferences. Okay, preferences. Oh, there you go. What is it called? I guess rock. Well, stone stored views. Nope. Okay, maybe you have to download it. Or do you know the name? Do you see it in here? Nope. IVGen, nope. Okay. Well, let's just create one that is pretty simple. So we're just going to use a cube and kind of bevel it with only one plane right here. There you go. In different directions. There you go. Making it longer. Creating some different bevels to kind of create this sort of rock shape. Wait. Rock generator. I looked up rock, but nothing came up. Maybe it has a different name. Okay. Pulling that more into the center. Okay, I think that's a pretty good rock. Oh, maybe we could pull these closer together to make it look less like a cube. Okay. We can then use... Should we even... I mean, I guess we could use the remesh modifier to give it some more structure. Although then we add more depth to it. Well, that's an interesting... I mean, it could probably work, but it's quite low res now. What we can also do is we can just quad remesh and kind of give it some size. I mean, some more resolution. Let's see what that looks like. We don't need symmetry. Adaptive size, nope. Quad count, what does it have right now? I guess like 5. 1, 2, let's say like 10. Let's say 20. Add extra objects. Okay, hold on. Wait. Well, that looks pretty cool. What is quite sharp here? Let's try again. With 100. Oh, that looks pretty cool. It doesn't look too high resolution, high res. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. This looks kind of weird. Maybe we can fix it. What is that? Why are you... Oh, who cares? We can probably cut in here to kind of make this look better. Oh, hello. Wait. Why don't you do what I say you're supposed to do? Extra objects, hold on. Preferences. Extra. Add curve, add mesh. I clicked it. Oh, no response. Oh no. Oh, there it is. So how do I use it? Hold on. Extra. Wait. Where is it? Mesh extras. Add mesh extras. Diamonds. Pipe joins. Single vert. Rock generator. There you go. Oh, okay. Oh, that looks interesting. What's the wireframe? Okay, let's create some more rocks with this. Let's see, number of rocks. Oh, okay. We'd only need 1 for now. Scale looks okay. Scale. Well, we can maybe make the Z scale a little bit higher. There you go. Look at that rock. Okay. Do we need more deformations? Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Maybe a little bit less. Okay, roughness. Pretty big. That's looking pretty good. Why is it smooth? Oh. That's why. Let's try again. Okay. Roughness looks okay. Detail level, we'd only need 1. Display detail, 1. Oh, okay. Let's go to... Let's stick with 3. Smooth factor, 0. Smooth iterations, 0. Perfect. Preset default. Deformations, a little bit bigger. Yeah, maybe 4. Okay. Where are they? Oh, there you go. That looks pretty good. Maybe we need a little bit more resolution. Oh, because it's still at 2, 3. Okay, maybe 3 is a little bit too much. I think 2 is pretty good. 1 is a little bit too small. But why is it so skewed? Why is it so crazy? Why does it look so so weird? I mean, let's see what it looks like now. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, it has all these modifiers now. Okay. I guess what we could do now is we can kind of pull it out some more. Hold on. Kind of adjusting the shape. There you go, making it more custom shape. There you go, that's a pretty good rock. Maybe we can use remesher to kind of make it a little bit more low res. Can we see the vertex count? 1410? I think that's right. Okay, let's set it to 500? No, let's set it to 1000. There you go. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That's good for the first one. Let's create another one. We can probably use this as a base for most of them. So maybe we could create one that is lower or kind of thicker in the bottom, at the bottom. Oh, hello. There you go. Bottom heavy. A little bit wider as well. There you go. Okay, that's the next one. We can remesh it again. Let's create one more and then we should be good for now. Let's maybe create one that is a little bit flatter, maybe. More like this. Okay. Okay. It's like somebody finding a potato chip that looks like some sort of cartoon character. Oh, it looks like Winnie Pooh. It looks like Jesus. Okay. So now we have some rocks. We have an archway. We have a pillar. Do we need more? I think we can add more if we need more. I don't really... So, of course, cables could be quite complex because cables are quite unique in how they're shaped. So we would have to create, I guess... I think there's sort of like a cable tool in Unreal Engine. But what we want to care first about is exporting these and using them in Unreal Engine. What I want to do here is there's one function that is actually quite useful in placing your objects, which is the pivot point snapping that you also have in Blender. Snapping is basically by enabling this, you basically use the pivot point, this yellow dot, and attach it, snap it to the surface of another object. So if you do this right now, you can see how it snaps to the surface and it kind of follows it. And that is all according to where the pivot point is located. So if we place it, for example, over here at the top, maybe at the edge right there, object set origin to 3D cursor, and then we snap it, you can see that it goes way more into the mesh because the snapping point is the pivot point. That can be very useful, especially if you place these pillars. So if you have, for example, like a plane right there, and you want to place these pillars, it wouldn't really make sense to place the pivot point at the top right there. Because then if you try to snap this to the ground, it would just go through the ground. See how it just goes through the ground? So what would make sense for these pillars would probably be to place it here at the bottom. Cursor to selected. 3D cursor, there you go. We could maybe simplify everything a little bit, but I think, you know, we're not really looking at the technical stuff right now. We're caring more about the execution. You know, I invite mistakes so I can correct them and learn from them. So I'm gonna save this blend file in the project file real quick, project folder, modules. Okay. And then once we're kind of happy with the layout, we can also just go back in here. We can adjust these modules and then we can replace the modules that we already placed with the new, the adjusted modules. Okay, so I think, this one's pretty good, pretty well placed. You can see it sticks to the surface. These rocks, I think can stay in the middle. I think that's okay. And that's all we have right now. So let's export these. A way to export them, I guess the easiest one would be to export them as OBJ. They don't have any materials, so we don't have to care about anything like that. So I'm going to make a quick folder in here for materials as well. Wait, let's create an objects folder or mesh folder, meshes. Let's call it objects. Objects. I'm going to separate this into buildings and nature. So we can place the rocks in nature and we can place the building blocks for the more technical stuff in building. Perfect. So now let's export these. We're gonna go in here and do the pillar first. Export as OBJ into objects and buildings. Let's call it pillar 1. You don't see what I see right now. Hold on. There you go. Okay. So we have pillar 1. Limit to selection only. Object as OBJ. Not group. Material group. Nope. Scale 1. Perfect. The scale is also pretty important. We also have Z is forward. What is negative Z? It doesn't really matter for the pillar necessarily. Up is Y. Wait, no. Is it Y? Z up. Yeah, that's just, I guess it's Z up. X is forward. No, Y is forward. Y forward, like that. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Geometry. Apply modifier. Yeah, we don't have any right normals. Okay. Include UVs. Yeah. No, not really necessary right now. Oh, we could apply. Triangulate faces. Why not? Polygroups. Keep vertex order. Okay, let's just export this. See if it works. Let's now go into Unreal Engine. We're not going to export all of them. We're going to try the first one and we're going to see if it works. I haven't really created a scene yet for Unreal Engine, so it's going to be live. It's going to happen live. But of course we have to open Unreal Engine first. It takes quite a while until it's open, so let's wait. Takes quite a while compared to Blender. We're quite spoiled in the opening speed when it comes to opening Blender. Unreal Engine, and I think like Maya and 3ds Max take quite a little bit longer. I'm not quite sure why, but yeah, I guess that's just how it is. The most annoying part is when you click like an application, but then just nothing happens. There's no indication whether or not you actually clicked it. So then you wait for like a minute, nothing happens. It's maybe, you know, working in the background, you don't see it, so you click again, so you open a new application, you have 2 windows then when it opens up. Let's take the risk and click again. Now we actually have a cursor that is loading, so maybe I actually missed the first time. What? Now it's gone again. Hold on. Wait, is it in the background? Ah, there it is. Aha. Okay. %, initializing. Okay. Why do you take so long? Did you freeze? Oh, 9%. Okay, it's not frozen. 26. Oh no. Okay, I guess we just have to wait. I mean, I've opened it before, but yeah, I guess the first, you know, I guess the first just takes a little bit longer. You can see it down there. Oh, there you go, 45%. It's a pretty big program, so, you know. Of course, what we can also do is we can grab assets from the asset browser, all the mega scans if you wanted to, but I think I'm gonna stick with, I guess, self-created models, just because then we can focus more, or there's not gonna be a big difference between the very photo scanned, very complex models and the very basic models that we've created now. So we're going to stick with the very basic ones so we can have a, I guess, similar style. Yeah, it's still in early access. I don't know how long it took for the previous version to load, so maybe that's just standard. 91%. We're almost there. So much metadata to load. Initializing world. Oh, it's gone. And there it is. Oh, we have 2 now. Perfect. As I said before. There you go. Okay. Let's go to recent projects. Let's browse it. Wait, how can I browse it again? There it is. Not test, we need environment. No, we need to make a new project. Games, there you go. I thought about first person so we can run around in it, but I think we're gonna go with blank first. I've installed it on my did I? No, I actually didn't. Maybe I should. That could be helpful. Okay, let's use blank. Third person puzzle, virtual reality. Nope, I think we use blank. What do we have here? I mean, yeah, okay, we're gonna use blank. Project name, environment 1. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Create. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I guess we could just create it. So, oh, it's loading again. Okay. Let's create a scene after this is loaded, so we can then begin working on it. 90%, 91%. Oh no. Because especially if we, switch from one scene or from one program to the other, it's kind of annoying to always switch scenes. So I think just creating like a display capture scene is probably more useful. I mean, if there's nothing really to load, then there's nothing really. It doesn't really take that much time, I guess. Now it takes a long time because now it needs to load all the meshes. At least we have some music to pass the time. Oh, 96%. There's always this hump where it kind of, every time something is loading, there's like this, like this graph goes up, and then there's this flat, it goes up again to load the last few percent. There you go. Okay. First of all, I need to adjust the size. Update now. Okay. There you go. So let's create a quick scene. I'm gonna go in here and make a new one. Call it Unreal Engine. Okay. Oh, you can see nothing. Wait, can you hear me? I don't even know if you can hear me. I think you can. Okay. So, what do I need? I need display capture. There you go. Oh, you can see the screen. Perfect. Okay. So you can see Unreal Engine now. You should be able to hear me, right? And then, wait, do I have any audio source here? No, I can. I don't. Okay, perfect. So you should hear me. Okay, now we can see it. The next thing we need, do we need more? Oh yeah, we need me, of course. I'm optional, but I think I want to be in the scene, so let's copy this. Copy and paste. There you go. Hello. Okay. Do we need more? I think that's all we need for now. So let's see if everything works. Transition looks pretty good. Oh, the chat. Of course, we have to add you as well. There you go. Copy and paste. There you go. Easy. Now we just have to adjust Unreal Engine to shape around our setup here. Yeah. Of course, if I do display capture, you'll see my OBS. I don't have 2 screens, so you'll from time to time see my OBS. There you go. Okay. So how big can we make this? That's pretty good. There you go. Perfect. Okay, and we're ready. Of course, you don't need to see the world outliner. Basically, the stuff that is displaying all the objects. So I can just make this smaller. There you go. Or maybe I can just leave it like that. The chat can probably be there. We maybe need like a darkening, but maybe not. We could also put the chat maybe over here. Wait, oh no, I can't see Discord anymore. I mean, Unreal Engine. Let's see. You know what? I think I like it over here. Right here. I think we can keep it there for now. Okay, let's begin. So the first thing that we want to do here, or that I want to do, is I want to remove everything, because we're not going to use any of this. We're not going to use the sky, we're not going to use the sun, maybe the sun and, you know, the fog and all that stuff, but we're going to add everything from scratch. So we're going to remove everything that we have right here that we don't need. For example, the light. We don't need you. We don't need you. You know what? Oh, hold on. I'm just going to delete everything that we have in this selection right here. Everything, please. Hello? Why don't you? Oh, I pressed X to delete it. Yes, please. Now everything is black. We don't need all these folders. We're gonna begin with my usual folder layout, which would mean we have meshes or objects. We have lights. We could maybe also use volumes for stuff like light. Do we need more? I'm not quite sure. We're gonna keep it there for now. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is I want to switch from lit, because we have no light, we can't see anything. I want to switch this from lit to unlit. This way, if we now add an object with create shapes cube, you can see we can still see it. If we set it to lit, it is not lit because we can't see it anymore. It is actually unlit. So let's switch to unlit. There you go. Okay. I also want to reset the position so I know where the middle of the world is. There you go. So I thought about, okay, let's talk about shaking you. What do you mean? What am I shaking? You mean the world like this? So the tutorial I watched, I didn't really get to the point where they talked about world sculpting, where you can have a world floor and then you can kind of sculpt on them, like in Blender, for example, to create like big hills, for example. I didn't get to that. That is the next step, but we can still create the environment. I don't really think we didn't necessarily need that. So let's begin with a cube. The cube will be the floor, and to see the scale of the world, to basically make a world feel more immersive and also bring a sense of scale to the world, you need a reference point. The easiest reference point that we could use would be a human. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first of all, I guess, scale this. That is like a flat ground. There you go. We can also make it bigger if we wanted to. Ooh, so we now have a floor. We can make the floor as big as we need to. We're going to leave it there for now. And then we need a human as a reference point, because right now we don't really see, okay, well, how big is it? Is it like 50 meters wide? Is it like 30 meters wide? We don't really see it. So we're going to import our character. This character is just like a 3D object that I grabbed from some from Turbo Squid. So it's nothing, I guess, it's nothing super optimized or whatnot, but it should help us in getting a scale in this scene. I'm gonna make a new folder. The starter content contains everything that Unreal gives you basically to work with, which would include stuff like architecture, like these walls or the floor or pillars, doorways and all that stuff. I don't really want to use these right now, at least. I want to create my own meshes. And the first mesh that we're going to add, first of all, I'm going to rename this to, I guess, custom content. There you go. Let's go in here and create a new folder. We're going to do meshes. There you go. And that should be good for now. Let's go into meshes and add an object. What do we add? We add the dude, the 3D model. So I'm going to pull that up real quick. It is in my resources. 3D scans. Nope, it's in models actually. And it's the person man athletic. There you go. We have the OBJ. I think we can just pull it in here. Yep, there you go. We have some settings here. I think I just left everything at, standard. The transformations are all pretty good. I think the rotation was weird. Import rotation. I don't really know how to, or what I needed to, how I needed to rotate it. But it basically lied like flat on the ground. But I think that's okay. Do we need a material? We don't need a material. Import textures. Nope. Okay. Import. Oh, message log. Well, no smoothie group. Okay, well, who cares? Let's begin and add this dude to the scene. There you go. Now we can actually see how big this scene actually is. We have a certain scale. I think this dude is 2 meters big, or 2 meters high. You can see he lies on the ground, so we can adjust it like this. There you go. Now he's actually standing, and we have a reference point for the scene. So now we can see how big how big a door needs to be, how big an archway needs to be, and we just have a general sense of scale in the world. So, wait, do we have? Okay, we have the reference point. So let's go with the rotation, or with the axis how they are in Blender. If we go in Blender, you can see we have the green, the Y location is the one that goes back in this direction. We have the X location that is kind of horizontal, and then we have the Z rotation, or location, or axis that goes up and down. So we're going to keep those. We're going to use the same in Unreal Engine as well. Maybe no, it seems like it's the same here as well. You can see X is red, green is Y, and Z is blue. So this should be a good perspective. Perfect. Let me just quickly fix something. Okay, that should be better. Okay, let's continue. So now that we have the dude in the scene, we can actually begin, because now we can see how big everything is. What I want to begin with first is create a basic setting, create the basics. So how we begin with sculpting, we're going to begin here as well. We're going to create the most basic shapes, and then we can detail them out more and more and more. What I want to begin first is I want to kind of make the floor probably a little bit smaller, not too much. Wait, oh, I pressed the wrong one. Hold on. We need to select only the green and red axis so we can make it smaller. Not too much. I think that's okay. Okay. There you go. Let's begin like this. Actually, what we could also do is we could actually just begin with a plain, like a long archway. That's kind of the idea. So the idea is basically, if we go into Photoshop, see how we can switch between multiple windows at once now? Isn't that great? So, okay, let's go in here and I can kind of tell you the idea that I have. So the idea is basically that we have the dude right here in the front, like standing there. Standing here with his foot forward. There you go. And then you have a big sort of artifact, sort of ball in the back, maybe even further back like this. We have some archways, maybe going like this or whatever, kind of, being broken, being sort of maybe even like a narrow archway like this. And then you have like a small door here, you can, or maybe like this. And then in the back behind the ball, The ball would probably fly a little bit higher. Of course, the camera position is kind of weird, but that is just the general idea. You have like a long archway that goes to this ball that is kind of flying in the air. You have maybe some light coming from up top that is kind of illuminating the top, but also creating a, through the fog, basically from the back of the ball, we create some like a halo effect around the ball. So we have, so we can highlight this ball a little bit more. That's the general idea. You know, kind of doing it like this. He goes through this kind of crack maybe, and you can see like this archway, this sort of hallway going to the ball. That's the general idea. So let's maybe create this sort of ground plane first, and then we can begin adding these pillars. Okay, so we have the dude. The dude is really in the middle. Now he's in the middle. Perfect. Let's create this archway. Of course, now depending on how long we want to make it, we can change it. One thing that I want to look up though is how you can change the pivot point position, because now what I want to do is I want to scale this plane like this so it's longer, but I actually want to place the pivot point right there so that when I scale it, it's only going to go in this direction. One way you can do that, I think, is you can go here and say, where was it? Pivot, set pivot offset here, or here snapped. I'm going to say here. Now it's on this side, but you can also probably somehow make it permanent, which means if I now select this dude and then I select the plane again, you can see the pivot point is in the middle again. There's probably some sort of way to put the pivot point or permanently put the pivot point there. I just don't know how it works. But that should work for now. There you go. Now we can just, you know, scale it. Woo! There you go. You can also see how it's kind of choppy. You can see how it goes in steps. You can remove this stepping by going in here and applying or removing this grid. You have one for scaling and moving. You have one rotation, and you have one for scaling. Wait. Oh, okay. You have one for scaling, you have one for moving, and you have one for rotation. We're going to make this longer, so we have this nice arch hallway. There you go. The width looks pretty okay to me, I think. Maybe we could make it a little bit wider. There you go. Perfect. It could probably be a little bit longer. Maybe like this. Okay. Perfect. So now we have that. Let's actually put in the most important part of all of this, which is the ball. But before I do that, I see that I've just slightly changed the scale. Oh, there you go. Nope, that's not right. Now he's flying, right? Oh, no, he's not. Why is he? I guess we just have to place him a little bit higher. There you go. Perfect. Let's kind of adjust this maybe to 5. So we have a more finer moving grid. There you go. Now he's on the floor. And then what we need is the ball. For the ball, it's pretty simple. We can just use a primitive. Create shapes, sphere. There it is. Pull it all the way to the back here to create the ball, the artifact. We're going to scale it higher. If you want to scale on all axes, we can just click this middle cube right there. Oh, there you go. Make it pretty big. There you go. We need to put it in the air. Somewhere over there probably. We could probably even make it bigger if you wanted to, but I think that's good for now. Let's see. There you go. Okay, perfect. So now that we have the hallway floor, we have the ball, which could probably be further in the back. Of course, that's why we start very rough. We don't go, okay, well, we want to create the, you know, we don't detail out the environment around him and then we add more in the back later. We begin very roughly because now we can create the layout first before we go into too much detail when it comes to, yeah, creating or detailing out the environment. You can see the only thing that I have right now here is the hallway and the ball, but we can still make adjustments when it comes to the layout because those are the only two things that, or these are the most important things, and according to those we can now make adjustments that can change the entire layout of the room and also the piece itself. Okay, perfect. So now we have the thing right there. We also have the hallway. So let's begin importing the first module, which would be the pillar. We have custom content. There you go. This is basically the content browser, which we also have right here. I'm gonna remove this probably because I like to have it down here. Let's import the next one, which would be the module, which is, nope, it's in Unreal Engine. There you go. Projects, objects, buildings, and pillar. Nope, we need object, import it. What do we have here? Scale is okay. Convert scene. What is that? I don't know what that means. I don't need a material. What I want to do first, I want to create the layout without the materials, and we can create materials later. Import textures. Nope. Import. There you go. Okay, so now we have the next one, which is the pillar. Let's add that one to the scene. Oh, that's quite small. Okay, well, that's supposed to be a meter, I guess. Hold on. Let me actually open the dude. Let me import the dude in Blender so I can see the scale of everything. You can see if we look at the scale of this cube or this pillar, it is 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. Let me see how big the dude is. Maybe the dude is actually way too big. Maybe he's like 150 meters high. And everything just needs to be smaller. Let me see. I think if you stick to the meter kind of like size, I think we're sticking more to realism. Usually if you stick with more realistic, how do you call it, like realistic dimensions, the light will look more realistic. You don't have to tweak everything and apply like a multiplier of like 100 to make everything look more according to what it would look like in real life. Yeah, let's import the dude real quick so we can see how big he is. Import. Resources, 3D database. There it is. So let's see how big he is. Takes a while to import, although it's actually quite big. Oh, there you go. Let's see how big you are. Oh, hold on. Wait, let's use that one. So it seems, oh, okay, he is actually, how big is he? He is 79.8 meters high. Let's maybe scale him down to 2 meters. So it's more according to real life. 3, 2. Let's set it to 1.8. It's a big chungus. I'm just thinking, it's a humongous chungus. There you go. Let's say 1.85. Apply, scale, and now he's actually appropriately sized compared to all the other pieces as well. Okay, now we need to export him again. So let's do that real quick. Oh, there you go. We can probably put that in nature. Let's put that in nature. Put him in nature. Let's call it dude. Dude 1. I'm gonna leave all this how it is. Nope, selection only. Yep. Okay. Perfect. So now we have the dude. Let's import him into Unreal Engine. I'm gonna remove this one. Just because, yeah, you saw what happened. I think I'm gonna just rebuild the entire scene. I feel like scaling everything down it would probably take longer than just creating it completely new. So remove. You could probably re-import. I'm just gonna delete it. These are references in the under history, so the under history. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, let's create a new one. There you go. looks good to me. Import. Okay, now that should be more appropriate. Wait. There you are. Hello. Okay. Reset them. And there you go. We see the small little dude. This actually... Okay, so this is something I'm wondering about. You can see how big the grid is now. But we now work with a real-life reference. Do we actually work with the real-life sizes in Unreal Engine? Or, let's see. So... let's say Unreal Engine world scale. Wait. What world scale recommended? Let's see. Guide to player scale and world architecture dimensions. That sounds interesting. When I begin a new project or learn a new game, the first thing I figure out is scale and dimensions to use. Deciding on a scale player character and world geometry will help you avoid major problems with proportion. Correct scale means that you know the basic dimensions for your architecture, your character, and you use them as a guide to create your environment. Basically what we want to do here. If you don't know the height of the character, then you don't know how large or small the surrounding geometry, props, and architecture has to be. Welcome back, Zachary. Hope you enjoyed your Monday and also your weekend. You can easily tell if something is out of proportion. Yeah. Most important things about scale. Base scale listed in this article is a good starting point. These dimensions will work 9 out of... Yeah, okay. Scale and dimension of your character and architecture is going to be relative to your game and the environment you are creating. Character collision boundaries will play a significant role for various architecture elements such as doorways, height, and width. I guess you could relate that back to when you create cloth simulations in Blender. Blender has a certain minimum collision range or collision if cloth is colliding with a different object, there's a certain distance between these two objects, and there's a minimum distance that you could have. So if you want to increase the quality of your cloth simulations, what you would do is you could, for example, grab what you want to simulate, and then of course what is kind of colliding with, you scale it by 10. You do the cloth simulation, then you scale it down again. If you scale it higher, Blender has more time, or the distance between the car scale was ridiculous. Yeah. The distance between, or the collision distance without it clipping through the surface is bigger, which means you get higher, or Blender has more time to calculate the collisions, which means you get more high quality simulations. That's basically, I think, what they mean with collision boundaries. Because, you know, if the scale is pretty small, and then you create a boundary, and you kind of, there's less time for the engine to realize that the character is colliding with something. If that happens too late, you could just, I guess, break through the collision. Scale and dimensions have to feel right. It all depends on how the player perceives your environment. So if you created most realistic environment, that match dimensions from the real world, but then you walk around, it feels small, then you need to rework your environment to make sure that your level feels right. Remember, everything is relative to the player and how the player sees the world. You use these base values as a starting point, but you may need to modify them to fit your project. Scale in an Unreal Engine 4 units. Unreal Engine 4 changed how Unreal units work. If you're coming from UDK, you will notice that everything is now based on centimeters instead of power of 2 scale values. Okay. Only noise tool height map generation. I want to know that. Character height will be the most important starting point. True. Everything is relative to the point of view of the player and how they view the world. Default character height is 180 UU or 180 centimeters. In real world, it comes to about 6 feet UU Unreal units. Let's see how big ours is. Can you see? Oh, hold on. So one thing that I'm kind of doubting right now is that the scale is right. Just because if I zoom in once, you see how far off we are from the character. It seems like he's super, super small. Oh. So let me see how big this dude is right now. Or what we can also use is we can use a standard starter content mesh, like a chair, to kind of estimate how big he needs to be. So if you go to props, there should be a chair. There you go. Let's see how big that one is. Oh, there's actually a rock that we could use. Loading. Okay. Oh. Okay, well that's not what I wanted. I wanted to import it into the scene. There you go. So you... Wait. Oh. Wait, where's the chair? What did I do to it? Hold on. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, see how big the chair is compared to our character? I guess we could use that as a reference point to how big the dude has to be. Potentially. So we can scale him up so that he could sit in there. Although it is also kind of sort of, you know, eyeballing it. You can also see how we lose a lot of detail now because it's too small, I guess, to build them up properly, to load them properly. So we just have to, I guess, change the scale. The only thing that I'm looking for right now is what size he should be, or how we can see the size. We see the scale and rotation location right here, but we don't see the proportions or the what do you call it, like the details that we saw in Blender, like scale and dimensions. Transform, static mesh, materials, collision, lighting, rendering. Nope. Actor, material. Nope. Asset user data. Nope. Okay. Let's see if I can look that up real quick. Unreal Engine. Object. What is it called? Parameter? No. Dimensions. How can I view the size of an object? If you open the object editor, you can see the base properties of the mesh. Well, that's a lie. Why do you lie to me? Stats. Nope. Well, why? Also, you can use measure tools in orthographic viewports. Place mouse cursor on the start, press and hold middle button and move the cursor to the end. Okay. Object size and compare it. You can use get the scale of the cubes. If they're components, you can use get world scale. If they're actors, you can use the get actor scale. You can just get the scale of the cubes. Well, okay, please. Please just tell me how big they are. Well, okay, hold on. Can we actually just revert this? I wanted to revert it all the way back to when we had everything, like the environment already mapped out. But that didn't work. Okay, do we still have the objects here? We do, right? We do. But they're... Oh, we can see it here. Hold on. Approximate size. 1 times 2 times 4. Well, that's quite small. So... Wait. But what's what? I guess 1 is the width, 2 is the depth, and 4 is the height. But why is it 4? So we would have to 180 divided by 4. Let's see if that actually works. 180 times divided by 4, which would be 45. So we have to scale it up by 45. I mean, let's try it. Scale it up by 45. There you go. So it's back to being big. It's even bigger than before. Let's try it again. And I'm going to remove this first. Okay. I guess we have to do the same for the pillar. Okay. Export OBJ. Dude1 OBJ. Can we just, I guess, overwrite this? I guess that happens now. Hopefully. Yep. Okay. Import the dude again. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, I think Blender and Unreal Engine just use a different scale. That's why we kind of fiddle around with the scale, so we can kind of, you know, get it to a scale that is appropriate to the engine. Okay, there you go. 176 should work quite well. So now let's import it again. So this should be an appropriate size now. There you go. Okay. Perfect. So now that we have a pretty good size, it's what, like 178 or whatever, we could import the other ones as well. Welcome back, Mr. Unknown. Welcome back. Hope you've enjoyed your time. Hope you've enjoyed your Monday and also your weekend. You can see we're not in Blender today, not for this week, because we're going to create the first environment in Unreal Engine to learn more about it. How are you going? It's going quite well. You know, just learning, doing stuff. Nothing crazy happening, so that's good. Okay. Let me just quickly read through this so we don't forget anything important here. 180, okay. One Unreal unit is 1 centimeter by default. Yeah. So now the character is 176 centimeters big. Before he was like 4 centimeters high, which was a little bit too low, a little bit too small. So now it should be better. Okay. Character scale reference. Yep. You can use BSP box, static mesh box. Oh, hold on. Great way to reference everything in the world to set a character scale into your map. You can use BSP box, static mesh box. Character skeletal mesh. Where's the create the BSP following dimensions? I guess you could just, okay. Okay, let's do that. Let's add like a small cube so we can actually see how big this dude is now. Scale. Wait. Can we change the dimensions or can we only change the scale? I guess he's like, how big is this now? Can we see the parameters? Please. If you have your own player character, nope. Walls. Okay. Go into the... Hold on. Wait, what do we have here? Details. Nope. Wait, what could we do? Nope. Cube. Aha, hold on. We have more details here. Position precision. Sections. Light map. Nope. Collisions. It's the same that we have in the other list. Wait. Nope. Transform. Nope. What do you... Re-import base mesh? Wow. What, dude? Yeah, I didn't see it. Wait. I'm just gonna look for Unreal Engine. Change object dimensions. Edit project settings, input, how to click settings, action mapping, then setting name. Nope. Dude. I don't want to program my cube. Object dimensions. Ah. How do I know the dimension of an actor? Get component bounds node gives you the dimension of the farthest point of the bounding box to your mesh. What nodes? Are they geometry nodes as well? Oh no. Yeah, I mean, I guess that is just 1 meter, which would fit quite well, because then you can see it's like 1.8, 1.7. So if we put this all the way to the bottom, right there, to the foot, and then we add one more, or we set the scale to 1.75, for example. I don't know what the exact scale was, but now he should fit in there quite well. So he should be 175 meters big now. Perfect. Okay, that should work quite well. Okay, let's build the environment again. Let's begin with, I guess, a good old cube. Okay. There you go. We also want to change the width and length. There you go. Let's change the length. Woo! Maybe it's a little bit too wide. That's probably better. Okay. Let's see how wide it is now if we go from looking at his perspective. A good way to see an immersive shot of the environment is to just look from head height. So from here you can kind of see how long the hallway would be now. We could probably make it a little bit longer. Like all the way to there. I think that's pretty good. Okay, let's add the sphere again so that we're back to what we had before. There you go. Oh. There you go. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You know, in Unreal Engine 4, it seems like it was just like a overlay you had at the top left. Doesn't really seem that like that's the case for Unreal Engine 5. There's probably some sort of overlay we can activate, but I'm gonna look up the best way to import objects from Blender to Unreal Engine, kind of looking at the scale for tomorrow, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Okay, let's look at the sort of layout of this. Looks pretty good to me. The height looks pretty good as well. So I think we can now go into adding more objects. One thing that we have to do, of course, now that we've changed the scale, we have to do the same for the pillar as well. Wait, we don't even have to change the scale in here, right? We can just select this pillar. First of all, I'm going to remove the one that we already have right here. And then I'm going to import it, export it again, and then scale it by 84, was it right? 84? 45, okay, well, 45. Yeah. I'm gonna care about lighting later. The idea is that the crypt, or the sort of like this environment, is only being lit, or at least the front of the environment is only being lit by basically some sort of lights that are still active. And then in the back you have the main light that highlights the sphere. So we might not even need a sky texture because everything is kind of indoors except maybe for the sphere. So we don't really need it right now. That's why I use unlit right now, and I don't really have to worry about light. Okay, let's export it, OBJ, and now we can change the scale, right? Yep, there you go. What is it, 45? Yep. Okay. Object, yep, perfect. Not in dude. Buildings. Pillar. There you go. Yeah, looks good to me. Perfect. Now we can import it again, and now the pillar should be a little bit bigger. Wait, oh, I used the material object. Perfect. And there you go. Now the pillar is bigger. Perfect. It's maybe a little bit too small, but we can now change the scale to adjust it to what it needs to be. So what I want to do here now is I want to create a basic hallway. We can probably begin by using, I guess, you know, cubes and these pillars to create walls, and then we can detail them out some more. So I'm going to begin with this this pillar. Let's actually begin with cubes. We can probably use this one as the base, because then we can create walls that are exactly as long as we need them to be, at least for currently. We're going to duplicate this, copy and paste. There you go. Rotate it. I wanted to go for something more organic. So I'm not going to just make like vertical walls. I'm going to put them a little bit more into the center like this. And I'm going to put them over here. Make it look even more sort of suppressing, you could say, because it gets closer and closer. The you know, the ceiling is closer, gets closer and closer to you. We're going to do the same for the other side as well. I guess we could just rotate this by on the z-axis. Oh, hello. There you go. Place it in here. Perfect. Do we see the position? We do. Okay, so now we can actually just copy. Now we can go in here, -150, so it's in the exact same position. Perfect. Okay. Okay, perfect. What I want to do here now is probably, we could probably create some hallways, you know, in between these two walls. I'm going to care about that later. What I want to do first is I want to let's go to the back of this world real quick so we can add some light or some walls there. We're going to go very, very broad, you know, just using some very, very basic cubes to create the basic environment. So what we also can see here is we don't really have to care about the surrounding area necessarily, depending on the lighting that we use, because we don't really see anything around the ball. So yeah, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just copy this wall, put it behind them, behind the ball, not me or whatever, not behind the dude. So I can basically wait. So I can basically wait, what do I want to say? I forgot. I'm going to place them behind the ball so I can create like this sort of space where the light is coming through. The wall that you can see behind the ball to end the environment, basically. Okay, place it behind them. Maybe a little bit further back. I think that's okay. Let's see where it's at. Okay. We need a small gap, of course, in between these two. So I'm going to place it maybe there. We need to make them wider. Just so we don't see any gaps in between them. Let's see. Yeah, we don't even see the wall behind the ball right now, so we need to make it longer. There you go. That should be good for now. Copy and paste to the other side as well. We can probably pull it closer into the middle. Maybe over here. There you go. Copy. Paste. And remove the negative, the minus. There you go. So now we can see the ball in the middle, and then we have this light coming from behind the ball, illuminating him from the back. Perfect. Okay. So now that we have the basic layout for the world, we can detail it some more, of course. I'm going to save this real quick. Did we actually save it before? I think so, yeah. Or at least we defined a path where to save it. One thing we can do now is we can kind of, I guess, create like a room where this is located at, or we're to kind of, yeah, create just like a more of the environment. But I think what I want to work on first is the walls here. So one thing we can see here is that if we look at the ball, we can see it's basically mostly obstructed by the walls. You can see it's kind of being cut off by them. One way we could fix that is by just, I guess, putting the ball higher, like over here. But that is, I think, too high. I want to keep it pretty close to the ground. So I think what I want to do here is I want to probably change the wall positioning a little bit. But I'm going to do that. That's probably going to be a custom shape, maybe. So we're not going to care about that just yet. What I want to care about first is I want to care about the the hallway itself. So we're going to place these pillars now to just kind of give this hallway a little bit more character. They will also have the same rotation. So we're going to just copy the rotation that we have right here. Which one do we need? We need the green one, which is the Y location. There you go. Oh, that's the scale. Hold on. That's not what I wanted. We need rotation. Wait, is the pivot point somewhere else? Wait, did I not? Wait, I placed the pivot point in the middle, didn't I? Why is it over there? That's interesting. Okay, that's the perfect opportunity to look up Unreal Engine 5. Change pivot point. Yep. Pivot point, hell yeah. How to permanently change the pivot point of a static mesh. Change the pivot position with middle mouse clicking is momentarily. Is there a way to change it permanently? When was that question being posted? 2014. Here a nice solution. Alt plus middle mouse to move the pivot point, then right click the actor and choose pivot, set as pivot offset to save it. Ah. So right there, Alt and middle mouse to place the pivot point, and then pivot, set pivot offset here. Wait, what? Oh, I pressed, okay. There you go, perfect. So now if we select this and then select this again, it moved back. Hell yeah, why do you do this? Oh, pivot, set as pivot offset to save it. Nope. To permanently change the pivot offsetting mesh, you have to re-import the mesh with compensating transform. You may want to export first to create FBX. Wait. Oh. So you have to export it and then bring it back in. That's a weird thing. Okay. We're not going to care about that just yet. Oh, hello. Yep, we're not going to care about that just yet. We're not going to... yeah. We're going to fix that later. Great, apparently... What are you doing? Oh, it's actually the wrong one, right? No, it's not. That should be good. That should be the right rotation. Okay. First of all, yeah, I'm going to place these pillars for now, and then we can probably... This will only be a temporary solution until we fix the pivot point. There you go. Of course, putting it into the wall so it's not sort of flying in front of it. There you go. Changing the scale. Hell yeah. Okay. Can we move it on the actual? No, we can't. Okay. I guess the easiest way to create animations in Unreal Engine would be to... I don't know if you create animations in Unreal Engine. I think you just apply them and you create them in other software like Blender. You save that animation and then you can apply it as like a move, I guess. Move set. But I'm not quite sure. Okay, there you go. We can now copy those, move them further back. I'm going to set this grid maybe to 100. Let's see how big this is. If there's enough. Nope. Well, hold on. Why aren't you copied? There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe, yeah, 4 or maybe 5. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going all the way to the end, of course. Okay, that should be good for now. So we have one side. Let's do the other one as well. By just selecting the first one and rotating it. I want to see what the rotation looks like before I do anything wild. Wait, it actually should... No, okay. Rotating it and then placing it again in the right position. There you go. We need to change this back to 5. It actually changed position. That's weird. Probably because it's so offset. Perfect. Is it in the right position? It seems like it is. We can go to wireframe so we can see it. There you go. Looks pretty. Yeah, looks pretty good. Perfect. Let's do the same here as well. We set it back to 100. There you go. Perfect. Copy and paste. So there's one thing you can probably do, which we haven't done for these pillars right now, but we're going to change them later probably anyway, is you can create blueprints. And in these blueprints, we can basically save stuff like, as far as I know, materials and what object there's going to be saved in these blueprints. Then you can apply these blueprints to, or you can add these blueprints to the scene, which then lets you change the blueprint, which also changes the entire, like all the objects that are being created by the blueprint or that adhere to the blueprint. There you go. Look at that. So we have a like hallway now with pillars. We also have the ball in the back, and we have the yeah, the dude. That's the basic block out of the environment, and that's what we're going to continue with tomorrow to finish to continue working, or to kind of continue working on this environment. Plan is to probably look or create the geometry tomorrow, and then on Wednesday we're going to look more into lighting. But yeah, we're going to save this right now, and then we're going to continue this tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have more time, because we're not going to we're not going to look at or we don't have, there's probably not going to be 4 submissions being submitted until tomorrow. I need to remember to post the plane image, the face structure image. But yeah, we're gonna detail this out tomorrow, and then we're gonna look at lighting probably on Wednesday. So I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Maybe you learned something new. Maybe you learned something in the feedback session. Maybe you learned something new in this small section of creating an environment in Unreal Engine. Hope you enjoyed today's stream overall. Thank you for joining, thank you for watching, maybe even thank you for listening, just listening or chatting. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you next time. Take care.